Meimi. Meimi-mu-me-mo. Hello. Hi. Wow. Hello. How is everybody on this fine Tuesday that you definitely were awake for the whole day for, right? I too was awake the whole day, fellow fellow wage cagers. Hello. Majokko Meimi desu. Hi. I figured I should stream, so I set up a stream. But in truth, I do not know what to stream. But I've also figured out I should not take advice from you guys. So if you want to talk to me, you gotta talk to me on Arium only. I already yapped everything I had out yesterday. I don't have anything else to say. I did all my yapping yesterday, and then I'll do more yapping on Arium later. I do stream in mysterious ways. I don't know. I just feel like compelled to, you know, like gotta log in and hit my hours and clock out and such. But I I did not come prepared this week. I have been awake at 5 a.m. instead of 5 p.m. So it's been a bit of a problem. How do I feel about Pow Farm? Nothing. People always ask me about how I feel about things. I don't know. I don't have strong emotions towards things I don't play. I never played Pow World, and I probably won't play this one either. Big surprise there. It's in 3D. It's in 3D. I don't know if it tipped you off or not. Register it here right now. Yeah, exactly. Should be downloading Arium. I have a Boba event to grind in Arium, in case you don't know. It did start today. But you know, I kind of like woke up at the tail end of 7, so I was like, I don't know if I can fit an Arium stream. I don't know. I could end this stream early and do an Arium stream at 11 p.m. Late night Arium stream hours. Let's go. But yeah, there's a Boba event, which is like, it sounds cooler than it is because there's like 2 separate events, and I'm only going for the one where like the top 20 get to be put on a flyer in a boba shop, which, to be honest, I'm not sure how it helps me in any way. It's just the thought of it. The idea of Majokko Meimi being like a commodity in a boba shop is what appeals to me so, right? Like there's like another event where like the top 3 get actual standees and stuff in the boba shop, but I'm not like an Arium streamer, so I don't feel like fighting for that one. But I feel like maybe the flyer one, maybe, I don't know, but it's kind of pay to win, so it's probably kind of kitty. Yeah, can't stream in Arium as you're streaming here. I could, but like, what the heck am I saying that would be applicable to both? Huh? The point of Arium is you talk to people one-on-one, right? So I can't just like stare at one chat instead of the other. Who are you talking to? Oh yeah, it's in a completely different platform app that you like can't even see, so and then the Arium people were like, what are you like showing on screen, you know? Yeah, it's just leave the app that I want you to grind on for me and go to YouTube instead. What flavor would I be? I don't even get a flavor. You don't get cool stuff like this. But yeah, it's a real boba shop they're doing a collab with. I don't know, somewhere in California, I think. Far from me. it's for bragging rights. It's really for bragging rights, though. It's just for the fact that I, Majokko Meimi, wish to be a product, like, in a boba shop. Even if it's just a flyer for free that I don't know people will pick up or not. But yeah. I don't like being perceived. For someone that talks as much as you do, that's a fat lie. No, not everyone throws toilets. Only some people throw toilets for whatever reason. What is the toilets? Like 25 cents? Sadly, it is a pay-to-win event. So I don't know how, like, much I have faith in winning over there. Because I don't want everyone to be like, okay, throw all of your money to get me printed on a flyer. It just seems cool, so I thought I would do it on the side. But yeah. If you collab with a boba shop, I'll go get it. You don't even live in California. How would that work out? But yeah. You should follow me on Arium if you haven't already. If you are in the US, because they are for some reason V-racist, and you're only a VTuber if you're either in Japan or the US, and you can't be a VTuber fan if you live outside of it. Sucks to suck. Actually, it's pretty funny because the sponsor person gave us our, like, they gave us our media kits that they made for us. And like the vast majority of my audience being from the US, but also I guess a little bit Canada. Canada's like number 2. They got tagged in. Can you guess? Can you guess what the percentage is? Can you guess what the percentage is demographically for USA and Canada? And or Europe or Asia, and the rest is shuffled under other. 85? What? How would it be 85? Okay, someone never took statistics. It's not like that. I'm not 99% male, I'll have you know. It is not that bad. No. It is 65. You guys are going like really hard. No, definitely not. Nobody has stats like that high. It's 45% USA and Canada. Think about the pie, okay? Think about the pie. There's still Europe, Asia, and other. You think those are like 0%? It's 29% umbrella term Europe, 15% Asia, and 11% other. Which is pretty intense. I don't know what the other people's looks like. I just know Emery got a lot of Japanese viewers. A lot, not many Japanese viewers here. And it's about 94% male, 6% female. I think the Twitch demographic boosts me a little bit. I think the Twitch one gave me a bit more females or something. Because I'm like, oh wow, that's surprising, isn't it? Anyway. That's my stats. Those are my stats. They're pretty funny. Yeah, but I have one of these now so that they can send to sponsors to give a overlook of my channel and whatnot. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. That's cool. And then there's like rates and stuff. There's rates for like, if you want me to sponsor your product, then this is like my going rates. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll defer to you. I don't know anything about this. I'll just kind of take whatever, right? So there is that as well. And then oh yeah, the one thing I haven't signed up yet was for Blue Play, right? We did talk a little bit about it on Arium. I was like, oh yeah, should I sign up for Blue Play? I guess because the cut is like pretty much the same. It's fine. It's fine. The cut I would get as a corporal is slightly better than the cut that you get as an indie, which, you know, for the going prices of small things is not much, but if it's like higher price things, then it will be actually quite nice, right? Why would I sign up for Kick? What the heck? Blue Play is not for streaming though. Blue Play is for Cameo, VTuber Cameo. I'm just like, I guess I could on the side. But the thing is, like, everyone else is like really cheap, and I already explained why I would not be very cheap. I don't know why everyone is pricing themselves so freaking cheap. Like, do you guys not price your time at all? Do they not have? It's because they don't have 9 to 5s. I swear to God. Like, do they not have real jobs? Really? They have like they're like pricing their hours so low. If I want to do something for $15 an hour, I'm like signing up for McDonald's. What is this? It's not a streaming service, it's Cameo. If you don't know what Cameo is, it's like the site where you can buy video shoutouts from creators and stuff. So Blueplay is that, but only VTubers. Any like VTuber can kind of sign up and use it. And you can like purchase, I don't know, whatever you request essentially. Like, you want them to say something specific with a video, or do a happy birthday, or most people use cameos for happy birthdays, but then you can be like, wasn't there one, the guys that were like, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your parents are divorcing. Wasn't there something like that? But then there was like, I just remember because Leah really likes cameos, so she keeps sending me cameo videos, and I think it was the one with like a duck with like a like a sign on its neck or something, and like it just like is like your parents are divorcing. That's crazy. But I mean, I can understand the appeal of like paying for a cute duck to make me a video, but honestly, I don't understand the appeal otherwise. I do not want some random creator like saying happy birthday, boom, 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 or something. But she seems to like it, so she introduced me to a lot of the creators that do videos there. So Blueplay is the same thing except it's for VTubers. But like I feel like there's such a big difference between what you want VTubers to say versus what you want like big creators to say. Like, you can get like voice actors or YouTubers and stuff, and usually you're like, okay, give a shout out to my friend's birthday or something, right? But what you want from VTubers is so vastly different. Usually it's like role play or singing or, you know, voice acting or something. It's not just like a 2-second shout out. So I feel like the effort you put into it is like so much more. Yeah. Oh, well, you're gonna work hours for a 20-second clip? Okay, well, like, it's so much different than like a normal person's. Although I guess a normal person, if they're a girl, they probably have to put on makeup and do something. But usually, like, guys just like, they just film a selfie, right? Just like film like a selfie mode video, and you go like happy birthday and you wave, and like that's it. That's all they do. So like, and they charge $50, right? They charge that much, okay? I'm not saying like I wouldn't like say that is wrong either, because they value their time. And if they, you know, have a demand, then why not? But so that's why I'm saying $15 or $20 for this work for a VTuber. It's so much different. I guess if you really do nothing, if you do the absolute bare minimum, right? Like, I pull up this room and I go, hi, your friend wanted me to say hi, so hi. Like, that's it. Like, okay, but like that seems like kind of scammy. You could just see that on stream. We stream all the time, so you could just get that on stream anyway with like a normal like super chat or something, right? So if you want to do this kind of thing, you gotta make it special in some way, right? Which requires a lot more time and effort. You want to like write a little script for them. You want to like record a couple times to make sure like it looks cute and the video is all framed properly. You want to put on a different outfit or like, you know, I just feel like I put a lot more effort into that kind of thing anyway. Like even like recording shorts and stuff, right? Scripted shorts or edited shorts and stuff. You just have to put a lot of effort when you're a VTuber. Because I'd redo it several times because my freaking tracking will like lizard eye me. I was talking about how I get lizard eyed all the time. So much so that I kind of turned off the function. Did I? Okay, yeah, I think it's less bad right now. Maybe it was just my other model like rigging. I don't think so either because we didn't re-rig my eyes or anything. I just don't know why. I lizard eye a lot, and I would have to redo it every time. Like, you know, when I submit a video to other people's concerts and stuff, I would like freaking redo the whole song because I'm like, oh, I messed up there. Or like I lose tracking in like 2 seconds or I get caught off or something. It's so annoying. Yeah. So, well, yeah. It's personalized. Yeah, because it's personalized, it's much more like it should be much more expensive. You don't really get anything out of it. That's what I was saying. Like you you don't get like what you normally would get if you make any other content with that same amount of time. Like you don't get exposure, you don't get like you know, more content out there. You just get like a 2-second shout out to someone else. In which case it should be much more pricey. In fact, you shouldn't even, I don't know, I don't think you should offer 20-second videos. 20 seconds is literally the same amount of time you would get on stream. So what's the point? It should be at least like a minute or something. Anyway. Yeah, like a custom voice pack is like, I have to go in and edit that, you know? I write down the script of what I want to say, I practice it, I record it, I go in and I edit it so that like I cut out any like pauses and I change the intonation, I like fix the background noise, and whatever else. So that was my Blue Play spiel about how VTuber should not price it this low. Unless they're really doing the bare minimum. But if they're doing the bare minimum, then like I don't know. Then that's also the same as a super chat. In which case you should just do it on stream. Because they still take like the same amount of cut, you know. The website still takes the same amount of cut that YouTube does. So what do you mean you can get it for free on stream? No, I'm saying you can super dono on chat.
Meimi-mu-me-mo, Meimi-mu-me-mo.
Why the heck did that? Why did that echo twice? Did you guys hear an echo? Oh, you know what? Do I have? I probably have. Yeah. Okay, I had this open. My bad. Okay. That was because I had the website open. Whoopsie. Hey, so, Michael, say happy birthday to my dog, Sparky, please. Thank you, Sparky. Happy birthday! Ow! See, is that worth $15? That's worth like $4. I can't believe it. My dog died, let's go! The alert was twice my voice. Yeah, I closed the window. I found out it was coming from my window too. It was kind of cute though. This is the kind of thing that you're selling, essentially. Woo, just like the fleas I couldn't save. I know, right? Quality 20 seconds, I don't think it's a bad deal. But if it's a quality, that's what I'm saying. If it's a quality 20 seconds, the VTuber is spending more than 20 seconds on it, you know? Well, it's just because VTubing is not my main source of income, so if I'm spending time on VTubing stuff, I should be doing stuff that will like benefit me. If I'm trying to make a quick buck, then I will do something else. Do something else more profitable. Spend 5 seconds on the awesome messages back. Honestly, if somebody asked me to do that, I would put on dog ears. I would put on dog ears, and then I would get the scene all cute, and then I would like, you know, I would like find accessories and an outfit, and then I would tailor it, and then I would like make sure I did it a couple times so that it was peak cute, and then I would send the product that I was the happiest with. $1 per second of audio. Wait. Motivational speaking gigs? Yeah, I motivate you guys by telling you guys to get good. But the only thing I can tell you to get good at is social interactions. Sparky got scammed. Oh, it's because I got $4. It wasn't a full 15. Please understand, it was scaled. It's scaled to what I'm tipped. A message for my dog, $15. Cute puppy assets, 20. True. Extra $5 fee to put on a cute outfit. Extra $5 fee for to deliver in several different formats. $5 fee extra for a green screen version as well, and just upcharge it all. Sparky will love it. Everything else, MasterCard. No one says that anymore, do they? That can't. Is there even any commercials anymore? I haven't watched the commercials in a long time, except for the ones on Twitch because they're awful. Anyway, but I was saying, I mean, I can sign up for it. I'm just saying, don't be shocked at my price. I probably won't offer like super short form stuff. I'll probably offer longer form stuff, but I don't mind offering like ASMR snippets and stuff as well, because that's like what I was offering already on as my alternative membership tier here. I just didn't have a way to like handle one-on-one commissions while going off-site, because frankly, I think going to so many different platforms is so annoying, right? Like, I wish you could just condense most of the platforms onto like 1 or 2 services. You gotta find me on Ruplay, you gotta find me on Phantom, you gotta find me on Irium, you gotta find me on oh, whatever. I don't even know what else I'm on. So whatever else. You take Amex. You know what? The site will take whatever. PayPal will take whatever. Anyway, you can get SAS for absolutely free. True. Just by being dumb in chat, you get to be SAS for free. I'm such a generous witch. Yeah, the Mad Hatter tier. It was originally because if you asked for something in that tier, it would be like a full-length voice pack or a full song I record. For example, if you want to request a song, then I have to like practice it and learn it and record it a couple of times before I get like a happy product, you know? So that's why I think it's worth a lot more, because it's not just 15 seconds of me singing it, but we can do condensed versions. I don't know. I was just saying, it's at least we got a different we got a better split because we're a corpo. LinkedIn for commissions. Oi. Move it to Patreon. Yeah, at least like most people do have like a Patreon that they put a lot of stuff on if they want to offer various services. But I do not want to. I do not wish to have another thing to upkeep. Find the Meimi IRC server? What's an IRC server? Huh? Put it on Throne. Yeah, the fact that you have to go on the throne for these things, like, it's so annoying. And I was yelling, I was ranting about how every middleman wants a cut of the VTuber pie. Every website like Throne just exists and gets money for free. Like, you have to pay extra just to give the same amount of money on something like Throne. So it's scamming you guys. Everyone wants to do it for free. What effort are they doing? They're not advertising for us. They want to seem like they're so cool. They're just like ordering on Amazon for us occasionally. And they get like a cut of your money. Every website wants to do this to you. Random noises. Can we get a grumbling impression? You're in luck because I'm great at those. Okay, maybe I was overselling that a little bit. If I play Hollow Knight, I will do a grumbling noise every time I find one, but I feel like I will find like 3. I don't think I would find that many. What stream elements is best bang for your buck? Wow, did you know using stream elements direct dodo is the best way to cut out the middleman? You only have to pay PayPal. Yeah. Oh, dumb. For free. I know, I'm so generous. See, that was 1 second of my time. And you get the 1 second for free. You get 6 hours of my free time every time I stream, okay? See, I'm just so generous. I'd rather offer the masses free content rather than penny pinch individuals behind the scenes. You're welcome. My gift of my presence. Every night I'm like, man, I don't know what to stream. I don't know what to stream. And I'm like, just lock it, maybe. Just put the stream in the bag, and then I start stream. I'm like, as long as I get it rolling, I'll have things to talk about. Every time I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna talk about. Like, every time I'm like, we're gonna start hearing, all I can do is talk. And then like 3 hours later, I'm like, wow, how did I talk so much? I talk so much in Arium that my throat hurts. Isn't that so rare? I don't know why. Maybe it's because I shout louder on it because I don't have a nice mic, so I feel like I need to talk louder. Maybe I just need a fancy phone audio interface or whatever. Upgrade to pinch tier. I can sign up for Blue Play right now. What would you guys like me to offer? I was thinking like the only thing I can offer that's unique would be like short voice packs or short ASMR snippets if you don't want like... But that would be like, you know, like... You get a choice of like one thing. Like one short like few lines and then like one trigger or something. It can't be like too complicated. Otherwise I'm gonna start like... If it goes into you on a full stream territory, then I'm just going to stream it instead. Maybe I should just do that. I should pay for stream requests. I don't know. Question to say famous movie lines. I don't know any movies ever, but yeah. Yap is a lifestyle, not a skill. No! It is a skill! I do think it's a skill. Because like... Okay, I don't want to be mean, but I like went to another streamer's stream that I hadn't really... I got only heard of them, and I didn't know them, and I clicked on their stream just to like see what was going on, and they were like not talking much. I was like, what do you... Huh? Like, when does the stream start? Like, they weren't talking much. Like, they were like doing something by themselves for the most part, but then even... They weren't even talking with like their chat much. Like, I'm shocked. I feel like you can put me in a box and tell me I'm live and I don't read anything and I will still yap my ear off. Your ears off, right? And my own ear off, I guess. Right? No, don't talk about Mochi. It's definitely not Mochi. Why would it ever be Mochi? That girl also can't shut up and it's great. She can only shut up in real life. She's so different because she's so shy in real life, man. That girl. I want to sit next to her and talk to her more. But she's like, she just clams up. She only talks to us in like Discord. That girl, she literally, when she's sitting next to us at the table, she went on Discord and like messaged there instead, like, Mochi, just say it out loud. You can't like say I think you're so hot and oh my god, I'm gonna kiss you all in the mouth in Discord and not in real life. Like, woman up and say it to our face. Mochi. It was very funny though. But anyway. Oh, you just love it when the streamer ignores you? Oh, so true. But she's not ignoring me. She just was like one word answering me. I just wanted to be like, okay, well, everyone else is talking, so I'll talk to Mochi over here. And she's like, hi. Oh, I am not scary, IRL. What the heck? I think I am less scary IRL than I would like to be. I am more intimidating online because I'm so mouthy, right? I mouth off at all of you guys, but like in real life, everyone thinks like, oh, she looks like such a good girl. I'm like, grrr. I'm like the tiny Pomeranian, like, grrr. You don't know who you're messing with. They're like, oh, she's so small. She looks so harmless. Like, you don't know. They don't know. I'm an ankle biter. I will make you regret. No. I know, you guys wish I missed your dumb comment, but half the time I'm missing it on purpose. Unless it's actually really fast or I was playing a video or a video game for a section and I'm like scrolling back up. Yeah. I'm scary offline more than on stream. What? I don't think so at all. But I do think my tone in typing is kind of scary because I'm like, I type very seriously. That's why I try to add so many emojis. I'm like, okay, let me add a lot of emojis so they know I'm joking. But like, sometimes just get lazy on my phone, okay? Please understand. I'm quiet IRL. I'm very quiet around normies. This is true. Because they bore me. One time during a witch like gathering or whatever, I usually never talk, but then there's one person who is like, oh yeah, like what did we talk about? I don't know how it came up, but she was like a mom and she was talking about her young children and how they like Disney movies or some other, oh, they were talking about like TV shows she likes and whatnot. And so I got really into like recommending her Ghibli films. I was like, oh my god, what age is your child? Okay, so I think they're at the perfect age to watch like Totoro and stuff. And then like some of the later ones are really good, like Ponyo. And then when they grow up, they can watch like some of the more like you know, hard-hitting ones. Because I wouldn't say like, you know, you can't have a child watch Mononoke. There's like blood in there. And I was like really into it. I was like, yeah, so like the themes. Oh, it's because like I guess she also likes to read, right? So we both, I think we both like the same book or something. So we were talking about like childhood books and stuff. So I went into like childhood movies to watch, and I was like, yeah. So like the themes are really, really deep, and they're all about like appreciating nature, even though it's like really enjoyable for kids. It's like anyone can enjoy it and stuff. And then she came back and she's like, oh, yeah, my children really liked it. It worked. She's like, yeah, they really like Totoro. They can't get enough of it. Oh, I'm succeeding. I'm raising the next generation of anime watchers. Let's go. I don't know. I think Nausicaa's a little bit scary. The bugs are kind of scary, but less so. It's not as gory, right? What a nice mom. Yeah. She actually took my advice, which I was like, you know, usually if people are like, you should totally watch the show, I'm like, yeah, but I say that like to be polite, having no intention to ever watch that show. But I guess if it's for kids, I mean, moms are always in need of like something to distract their kids with, right? Yeah, next generation of weebs. But to be fair, Ghibli films are pretty normie in terms of like what you can watch. I didn't like give her any weird recommendations. Literally Totoro and Ponyo, right? For like 5-year-olds. Nausicaa for the first time this year. It was scary and weird, but I had to watch it. Nausicaa's great. I think Nausicaa's very underrated. But it's like a little scary because you don't understand the implications of war, right? You don't understand the implications of the war and the like ancient ruins or whatever they were messing with, the nuclear stuff. That's like definitely beyond 5 years old, okay? You gotta be like, I don't know, at least like 12. Maybe it's pretty easy to explain to kids though, like, okay, nuclear war bad. At least I think the deeper politics about why they did certain things is a little bit more complicated though. Like, so like, yeah, you can't watch like the deeper ones, but the fun ones are for sure. That don't. What do you mean she hates our suggestion? What suggestions? Anime's kind of mainstream now, but like the wrong anime is mainstream. I don't want like everyone to watch the weird side of anime and be like, oh yeah, this is what all anime is like. No, that's just weird. No, even we think it's weird. Like, let's not normalize all aspects of anime, huh? It was good, but I wouldn't rewatch it. Really? I rewatched Nausicaa. I think it's pretty nice and deep. I also like I guess I like the like vibe of the Ghibli films. Not every Ghibli film ever or anything, but like sometimes you just want a slower film, right? War never changes. 8 plus the Gundam. Gundam is kind of deep, isn't it? I don't know. I guess like they could enjoy the flashier parts, but like appreciating the deeper parts of it is beyond their ken. Why would I ever recommend the Macross? I don't even recommend you guys Macross. I would only recommend Delta. Dude, there's so much fan service in anime. I'm like, I would never recommend that to children. I would only recommend the super duper safe ones that anyone will watch without being like, there was a lot of boobs in your recommendation. Like, oh yeah, I forgot about that part. I'm just a little desensitized to it because whatever. Shonen is like pretty universal, yeah. Shonen or sports anime is kind of universal because there's less like random. Actually, no, that's not true. There's a lot of fan service in pretty much anything. Appreciate the angst as a kid. I don't know if you do. There's so much fan service in Macross. What the heck? There's fan service in like every anime though. Children's Intelligence. I've never heard of any of those series. Oh wait, no, I have heard of them. I just purposefully don't watch them. It's okay. I'm like, we're talking like 5-year-olds. Okay, I'm not talking like. That's what I'm saying. Like once they are preteen, they can appreciate those themes. I'm not gonna ruin some kid's childhood by being like, okay, so like real people die out there because politicians are doing like, it's like literally a power struggle. The whole story of Nausicaa is literally like a power struggle and they're destroying the environment and that's bad. You know? Like they're not gonna understand that. Gosh. No, we're not showing the Madoka, you weirdos. Full Metal Alchemist? FMA is still very dark. I don't think I would want to ruin someone's childhood that early. Eva, you guys are insane. You guys, this is why you grew up weird, huh? You guys are exposed to this stuff too early. Is that why you're messed up? I honestly think watching something like that too early makes you messed up. There was this like one person I knew that was like, she was like younger. And she was like, yeah, the reason I'm so messed up and I have depression is because I watched Evangelion and I think Shinji is literally me. Like, she literally cosplayed Shinji. She's like, yeah, he's me for real, for real. And I was like, that's like the biggest red flag I've ever heard of in my life. I don't think you're supposed to want to, or I don't know. If you relate to him, I feel like it's a sign. A sign that you need help, no? Like, wow, okay. She was rather young, too. I was like, that's concerning. You watch this, of all things? Instead of some fun, cutesy stuff, I watch Magical Girls. I watch, like, Tokyo Mew Mew and, like, Sailor Moon and Card Captors and stuff like that. I had a happy time getting introduced to anime. Oh. But yeah. Yeah. No, they actually were like, yeah, I kin Shinji Ikari. He's me for real, for real. Not that they want to be Shinji, that's that they like feel on a deep level like that they are like super similar to him. Like what? What? Watching it in middle school? You guys are definitely certifiably messed up. That's why you watch VTubers. Oh, we found a common thread here. Homer is so me is also not a good sign. I'm not that into tragic Yuri. That's probably Arisa instead. One Piece is the perfect anime. There's like, isn't there tons of fan service in that too? I'm not showing fan service to any kids. What the heck? Absolutely not. Just because your parents let you do whatever like you want it because they don't understand this stuff doesn't mean every other generation should be that careless. Huh? I was more Sayaka like a fool. Self-sacrificing goes Menhera from a breakdown because they got rejected. None of these things are good. None of these things are good. Once you recognize, you relate to them, and then you know you have a problem, right? I feel like it's like staring into the abyss, and the abyss stares back. You got the mirror on your problems. Did you have a favorite character from Sailor Moon? Legitimately, the cat. I like Luna a lot. I had a Luna doll. And I didn't remember much else from this show, not gonna lie. One Piece doesn't have fan service? What? I can't even stand to look at their character designs because they're so in your face about it. And literally isn't the cook is his entire personality drooling over fan service? Hello? Sailor Venus fan? I feel like nowadays I appreciate Sailor Venus, but I didn't appreciate her enough growing up. I was like a little bit of a tomboy because I like to kick people. Taken out as I'm delusional by people I care about? I don't know about that one. I don't think they should hope for a tragic end. Spy Family? Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. I know my friends with children both like show their kids Spy Family and their kids really like it. They like put their daughters in like family cosplay. There was like I literally know two because I only know weebs, right? I know two families that had a baby that cosplayed Anya. Isn't that cute? What do you mean safe fan service is still fan service? There should be no fan service. Especially to children. Sailor Jupiter? Nah, she's tall. As normie as it gets. Yeah, exactly. That's why I don't watch it, but... I don't watch anime. That's the joke. But my director's kids like Spy Family. I think everyone can if they have a family. But I know there was like somebody that was like, oh, watching Spy. No, actually I don't know. But it was like somebody told me that some other like dude they were friends with said after watching Spy Family they were excited to have their own daughter. I was like, oh, that's not how children usually are. I hope he knows that. I hope they know that having children is a very different experience than what you see in anime. Actually, there is this one movie, Mirai, right? One movie, Mirai. Who's it by again? Was it by it was like the animated movie, right? That is like so accurate to what children are like. Oh my god. That's what I was like, no, I cannot stand this. The boy was so annoying, but it was so to what children are like. Like, dang. It was so, like... It's like a movie about how this little kid is getting a little sister, and the mom, like, is spending all the time on the baby, obviously, and the little kid is being super duper annoying about it, and, like, you know, like, pretty much, like, hit his little sister and got in trouble. So he runs away from home because he thinks his parents hate him, and then he, like, hates his sister or whatever, and then his sister comes from the future to come back and be like, you can't be like this, I'm gonna, like, not exist. I'm not gonna not exist in the future if you continue to be like this. And he's still like, no. I was just like, dang, this kid, I just want to throttle him. Like, oh, okay. I thought it was the same people as Your Name, so that's why I watched it, and I was like, this is not at all the same. This is, like, horrible. Never want children like this. They're so annoying. Some people luck out with much cuter children, though. Like, I know my one friend's daughter, she's actually pretty nice to her parents. Even though she has her childlike tantrums. I know, like, when we were hanging out, she told me, like, oh yeah, I didn't buy her this, like, one toy, because I wanted to go back and show her, like, the options. And then when she saw that I didn't have the toy, she started crying and screaming and, you know, throwing tantrum because she really wanted that toy. But to be fair, like, the parents said they would get her that toy, and then the parents, like, calmed her down and explained, like, oh, I didn't get you that toy because I didn't know which one you wanted. I am gonna go buy it for you tomorrow, but I need you to choose. And then the daughter was really sweet and apologetic. She was actually like, oh, you know, I would have still been happy if you chose me, like another toy. I would have still, like, you know, I would have, like, been okay with whatever you bought me, even if it wasn't my favorite. Like, aw, that's, like, actually so, like, conscientious of a... How old is she? She's not very old. 3-year-old? If I have to guess. So I was like, wow, that's a very mature response, even though she did, like, immediately, you know, feel very sad about not getting the toy. Already manipulative? No, she's not manipulative. That's how all children are. That's how all children are. But yeah. What do you mean VTuber in the making, huh? That's nothing to do with VTubing. Either way, I thought that was cute that her daughter was like... would have been happy with whatever her parents gave her, because many children are not happy with whatever your parents give you. You're like, you got me the wrong toy, right? You got me the wrong thing, how dare you? And are super ungrateful about it. She knows a tantrum won't work, she pretends to be mature. So like, no, that's not how it works. That's not how it works. God. Well, I guess it's fine. None of you guys are gonna be parents with that attitude either, right? That's not how it works. I mean, children are small and they don't know how to handle their emotions. So crying is normal. You expect them to cry because their emotions are too big for them to handle, right? Imagine you cried every time you felt sad, right? They don't know how to hold all those emotions yet. So their outbursts immediately reacting to something sad is that they're going to cry. But once you calm them down, then they're capable of, like, thinking something else. If they still continue to act spoiled, then that's them actually being spoiled. But she wasn't. She was, like, you know, apologetic about it. Yeah. I still cry when I'm sad. Well, emotional intelligence comes in various ways. My way of dealing with it is I don't feel any emotions ever, so... but yeah. Sometimes I guess you just need to allow yourself to have a tantrum. Anyway. That's enough yapping for today. I still haven't really decided what I was gonna do, so I guess I'll just choose some stuff to watch. What though? What should we watch? Bottling it up? No, I like literally don't feel emotions. I'm very emotionless of a person. That's just how I am. It's a problem. But that's okay. Who needs empathy, right? Let's see. I have to log into my YouTube so I can get premium. If you don't feel emotions, then what are your crash outs? Well, okay. I guess I can feel some modicum of frustration, but... but that's not the kind of emotional intelligence I'm talking about. If I was more calm about it, then you wouldn't have a stream now, would you? You won't get emotional damage? True. Let's unpack your crash outs. They're entertaining. That's what it is. If you don't want me to do rage scam streams, and like, then I wouldn't crash out, no? It's for the fans, haha. Da, da, da. Oh man, it wants me to verify. Okay, never mind. I'll just open this tab. Meow, 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 meow. I mean, you just force someone to do something they don't like for a couple of hours, and then watch them, like, you know, shake them up like a bottle of Mentos and Coke, and then watch them explode. That's the beauty of rage game streams, no? Is that not? Is that not what the most people are in for? What are we watching though? See, you all agree for the suffering. Oh my god, I went into my clip channel and I still noticed there's new comments about like wow, some people love writing essays. I know you just start out. Okay, here's my pro tip: stop at like 5 sentences. Stop at 5 sentences. Otherwise, you know what I do? I copy paste the entire thing and I drop it into like Google Translate and I tell them to read it out to me. And then I'm like, okay, how much of it is like actually a point they're trying to make, and how much of it is just like lore dumping on me? It's not going to get through my brain. But someone wrote a very impassioned plea that I should continue playing XCOM. It's so long. It's like literally in defense of XCOM, but not that well written. Still listen to your copy pasta if it's long enough. I do try to read every comment I get though. But like if it's really long and I don't fully absorb it all, then I don't really have time to write a good response back. Right? So then like it's just a lose-lose. You wrote a lot and I didn't like fully get to comprehend it, and it just communication block because I don't get to reply to it or heart it or anything. Longest comment of the year word? No, not even close. I got so many like lore dump comments. I get it like all the time. And like, it's not that I don't want to learn. It's just that a really long form comment with absolutely no paragraph breaks is not the best way to learn. Right? Like, I can read it and then like 2% of it goes through my brain. That's not the only comment that's like sitting in my comments that I haven't like responded to. It's just that it does happen quite often. Hmm. Let me catch up with my comments on this. I don't always log into this account, so I have to like do it all at once. But yeah, I like the first few really long comments I got were actually like step by step explaining the interactions of certain Yu-Gi-Oh duels. I'm just like, oh, okay. And every other one since has been like, Warhammer is 5 paragraphs works cited essay. It's so long. I thought it was just a one-off, but actually so many people write so much in comments. Oh my god, this is actually worse than I thought. I thought I only had a couple of comments that were unanswered in my comment section, but it's actually really long. There's so many. There's so many. And they're all like... Well, actually... Not really. They're actually very nice to me. Right? They're very nice. It's just that I can't comprehend. My brain is too smooth to read it all. This is like... At this rate, you should just make a video yourself explaining everything you just wrote to me. Because I'm not going to understand it. You make a short and explain it all with your own words. Listen back to it. Edit it. Make it cohesive. They're not mean. They're not mean at all, right? Most of them just get really into what they want to talk about. But the video skimmed it, so they want to go in depth and be like, here's what actually, you know, it happens in this lore interaction that like the person took like 2 seconds to shorthand explain in the video. Fortnite terms? I don't even know Fortnite terms. Use cameo to have you read the comment instead. What comment? Your comment? Not their comments. They have so many. There's so many, and I am so smooth brained. I'm sorry. I'm just not very smart. Monthly check-ins get GPT. I do read them, but then it's hard to like. It's actually really annoying. I have to open 2 tabs. I can't do it on my phone. I have to open 2 tabs because you guys have like multi-parters, right? And I want to like vaguely respond to every part of it. But as soon as I start typing a comment, it hides the rest of the comment for me. So I need another tab just to read it and like see what else you wrote. I can't memorize it on first reading. Oh. You guys will put me through a lot. Every time. And sometimes I'm like, what, do you just want to say this to someone, or do you want me to actually respond? That's also a different thing, right? Some people just want to talk about things. I don't know if they actually want me to say anything other than like, that's rough, buddy, or that's cool. Good for you. It's just like, wow. That's a good life update, but I'm having trouble remembering your entire family tree. Let me go back a little bit in my brain. Sometimes you have to do homework to go back and be like, okay, what was the last thing you sent me last month? Like, like what was the progress on that? I showed you my comment, please just one. I do though. My rate of responding to comments is so high, which is why I'm so sad that I have so many comments unresponded to on my other channel. It's just that they're all lore dumps. And I still haven't like comprehended anything. I don't even remember what the first video I watched said, let alone everything you have elaborated on. In English teacher grading papers, I'm not grading papers. I'm responding to every part of it. That's how you respond to letters, right? It's like, dear reader, I am doing well. The crops are close to harvesting and we are in for a good season. My family is doing good. How about yours? Last night a new chicken was born and we named it Bob. I am excited for the following season where I heard a festival will be in town. Are you available? Perchance. Kind regards. And then I have to like Victorian style be like respond to every part that you mentioned there. That's like what I'm doing. Blue play comp? What do you mean blue play? You just gonna ask me to respond to your comments as a video now? Hey yo, you free that night? No! Ye old. Ye old. Please expect a response within a fortnight. And not that fortnight. Sometimes I will like respond to a couple few that are like that first come in, but I try to do it like chronologically, right? I try to do like whoever commented first and then like go backwards, like I guess forwards from there. So I like sometimes need a break in between to write the long ones. I still have to write this one for this month, but I'm still setting up the server. So if you're not in the fan server and you still want to be in the fan server, you should join the fan server. Because I wanted to post it all there first. I gotta post lots of art there. Let me know if you are a member or a subscriber there. Okay. How does the yappy witch? Oh, yapping. Yapping apparently. Yesterday I found a pretty rock, it reminded me of me. That rock better be a freaking diamond. No, just kidding. It better be a shiny bismuth piece or something. Talents were not supposed to be invited. That did I not explain how that rule has changed? That rule has changed. We can be there if we wish, but we are not going to go into like all of the channels or anything. I'm just using my channel for my sub channel. Everything else I'm just ignoring. Some got yeeted out in the beginning. That's because they were just having fun. They didn't actually want to be there. They could join if they want to. Okay. Let me see. So anyway, our vote was that you watch, I don't know, game lore videos or something like that. And I am not sure which one to choose. But should we do Hollow Knight? Is it okay to watch Hollow Knight lore if I intend to play Hollow Knight? Would you rather? Because like even if I play Hollow Knight, it's not really blind, right? It's not entirely blind or anything. The vote was an illusion of free choice. I always give you guys a vote. Just because you squander it is like, no, not my fault. React stream tonight? Yeah, that's literally what was voted on. That was the winning vote. I made a poll. I gave you guys democracy. I listened to the orbs and the people. Against my good nature, perhaps. Help with the manual verification? Well, it's just that I don't know who wants to be verified. So far, it's only been like 5 people, so I verified them, you know? Spoilers? I don't know. I feel like I know a vague amount of Hollow Knight already. I wouldn't know what the spoiler is. The only spoilers would be in Silksong, but obviously Silksong is too new for anyone to have put a video out yet. I thought you quit, or is that just for Silksong? Yeah, I quit Silksong. Sorry, Silksong is Silksong to me. It is not Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight refers to the OG Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight 1. How else are you supposed to refer to them? Right? Yes, I stopped playing Silksong, but I put up a poll, and the poll was like, what would you like me to do? I could play, and one of the options was Hollow Knight, and the other one was like, watch game lore and stuff. And game lore won, but Hollow Knight was second, actually. I I assume they realized that I meant the first Hollow Knight and not Silk Song. But who knows? Who knows? People like clicking buttons sometimes. Yeah. Not really spoilers when you can't beat the game. This is true. This is true. But however, I'm still like contemplating like if I actually do play Hollow Knight myself, is it fine? It's like one of those, cause it's one of those things where like the lore in the Hollow Knight is still like so obscure. Even if you play it, you might not understand that's what's going on, right? Do you like sports? No. I'm not just gonna do lore of any old game, okay? It would still have to be like tried and true vetted things. And we have like a vetted video recommendation channel in our Discord so that we don't just randomly watch stuff that sucks, you know? How's it different watching the Oslo compilation? There's no more Oslo compilations. What are you talking about? But never knew Hollow Knight had a story? Yeah, it's like Elden Ring. It's like Elden Ring. If you don't know anything about Elden Ring, it means you find out yourself. You can go through the whole thing and not know what happened if you're not like reading and going back and like picking up all those little pieces, right? Other than like, I guess the overarching boss fight at the end. Mario timeline? Donkey Kong time? No one cares about stuff like that, surely. Here. Let's find... I just thought Hollow Knight's like the one thing that I would be interested in. Because most people usually watch like Elden Ring lore, Dark Souls lore. What else do they watch? I'm like scrolling through this. Or they just watch like random random videos. There's so many random videos. They're really popular apparently. Wow. Like history, you know, stuff about the world, but made funny. Animations. There's a lot of like little animations that people have made. Higher beings, this message is for your eyes only. Get good. Finished watching Metal Gear lore? The Secret Theater? The Meow scene but on steroids? What? How does that even work? Huh? Everything about Metal Gear scares me. Every part of it scares me. Tobito, thanks for this. Upa. Just drop by. Okay, well, at least that's a good use of your data. Death battle videos? What does that mean? Huh? Bloopers of the game, but with Kojima's design? It's like behind the scenes? Or whatever? There's like actually a thing with that? I only know that Mochi did a Hollow Knight lore thing. Because both her and Arissa like went into Silksong blind. Totally blind. Which is shocking. Completely shocking to me. Seeing as I feel like Silksong is such a harder game. It feels so unplayable if you've never played Hollow Knight. Yeah, she also watched the lore video. Is that enough? Is the lore video enough? I feel like I don't know. I feel like the whole point of Silk Song is you get so attached to Hornet. Everyone was so like, oh my god, Hornet's so cool, right? At least I like Hornet. She's the only reason why I even played it. Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight is the one that like Sunny and the others suggested. So, when she got destroyed, I'm shocked that that girl plays things like Souls likes. She doesn't seem like the kind of girl that can finish those kinds of games, but she has like unending optimism and persistence, which I do not have. So I suppose it is enough so that you like it is like enough that you do not stay what is it, fallen once you as long as you get back up or whatever. Scenes of the game, but just dumb stuff happens more than it normally does. I don't know if anyone actually watches Metal Gear lore videos. The lore video almost like 2 hours? Really? It is? It's 1 hour. 1 hour and 17 minutes to be specific, and there's a spoiler warning on it. If it didn't I think that's so funny. It's a freaking spoiler warning. I didn't know YouTube does that. You can put a spoiler warning on your video? What? Unending pessimism here. Yes, but it's more like realism, okay? I can't beat Silk Song, and that is just a fact. There's just some facts in life we can't change. 2 hours is about 1/3 of a minute. That's not true. It's mostly my fault that I don't pause videos enough. I need to pause them if I want to talk. But I just want to get my little stupid one-liner out of my head. And like, people think that I can't like pay attention to the video while I'm talking at the same time. But no, ADHD means that I will pay attention more if I'm talking. I will zone out if like nothing is going on, right? If I don't do anything, 2 minutes into the video, I'm like on my phone. This is why I don't watch things. I'm really bad at watching things because I'll just like not pay attention anymore. I never watch videos on my own time. So I have to like constantly actively engage with it. I have to constantly think about like what to say in response to something they're saying. Otherwise, I'm sorry, I didn't catch any of that. Don't you know? Streamers don't finish games. It was never meant to be. But also, I've played Undertale before. That's why you hate anime? I just don't like watching things in general. The only time you can get me to watch something is if you sit me down in a movie theater. If it's like a movie theater or a movie I've already like, I really want to watch, then I will watch it. Because that's like super engaging. The whole point is they sensory deprive you, so that's the only thing you notice, and it's super loud. But you have to like, you know, you have to choose something I'm actually interested in the beginning. So yeah. We can watch this though. Let me just set up the scene.
Majokko Meimi.
This one. This one. My wings are in the way. My bad. What was it again? Yeah. Let me move. How much should I move? I don't know. I never know how much they want to see of me on the screen. Because I end up blocking the video. Maybe a little bit less. Because the chat will block the video slightly. But then like the rest of the screen is so sad. There's nothing there's nothing here. Maybe like this much? This much? 1/3 of the screen. How much more? Spinning cat? I should just put the Sherba thing. Wait, hang on. Where's that thing that Sarah made me? Where did I put it? I should have put it in my meme folder. Oh, here it is. There, are you entertained? Is this entertaining to you? Are your brains happy? Make it bigger. I don't want to get into the way of the video. Let me move some stuff around. Let's just put this to the side. The chat is flying away for some reason. Let me put that over here. Put it in the middle? But it's cuter if it's like a cut to me and then you see it on the side, no? What video? Exactly. You can visually stim with me. There we go. Maybe like... Maybe I will just do this and I'll put the chat somewhere else. Hey y'all. Do you guys feel lonely if I move you? Do you guys feel lonely? I could probably put... Don't I have a version of YouTube but chat on the bottom? Maybe not. I think I only have... Oh, this one maybe? Yeah, okay. I could put you on the bottom so you're itty bitty. You're itty bitty, there you go. You're not on the in the way in the side. Ta-da! Ta-da! Da-da-da-da. Are we all lonely? Body do da si mane. Don't wanna body ne. Fina so mi mani se. Dana for sure. He's so cute. Well, actually, Sherma's a guy. Someone told me Sherma's a guy. Mind blown. They're so innocent. But I literally, all I asked was like, does Sherma make it? I was like, I don't care about anything else. Don't spoil anything else in the game. Does Sherma make it? Important. Super important. Yeah, that's the only lore I needed. Okay, does this look good? It is... Do I have the sound on? Okay, I do. Meow, 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 meow. Sure, but lore type. That'll be when Silk Song. There's a Silk Song lore video. But I don't know anything about, you know, Silk Song yet, so I have to wait for everybody else to make good videos. Are they called Moss Bag in relation to Hollow Knight? Is it Moss Bag? Is Moss Bag directly related to Hollow Knight? Like the little moss mothers, moss gremlins. Play so I can make the lore video? You think I'm smart enough to connect the dots for all the lore? I don't know how to edit that well. Okay. This is the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight by Moss Bag. That's recommended, so let's go. I want, you know, like the creature... What is it? The bestiary? The Critterpedia? There should be an entry for Moss Bag. I like how in Silk Song, Hornet, like, has opinions on every single creature. Moss Bag. Just a bag of moss. Not much else to it. Okay, Igaiso! Let me do this. Spoilers! Oh no! I'm going to get spoiled.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS. But Hollow Knight would be a close second. Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry,
Was it
an
2017?
indie game studio based in
Really?
the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia.
South
Over the past 3
Australia!
years,
It's the
Hollow
Australians'
Knight has
fault.
become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019. There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies,
Wait,
t-shirts.
Okay, I will tell you, I seriously contemplating getting that grub plushie. Is it still sold, guys? Can I still get that grubbling plushie? I just like that you can squeeze it and it goes. It's so cute. But yeah, I liked Hollow Knight a lot despite not being able to finish the first game. To the point where like I bought a pin. I bought a pin of Hornet and Knight.
Nicotine patches, nuclear warheads,
What?
and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters.
Hipsters.
Team Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design.
No. I got the lost part. I got so freaking lost. I was just like, please, somebody tell me where to go. I swear I've been here before. And then you go to the very end and it's like, sorry, you can't progress because you don't have like the certain badge. Like, could they have made it a little less lost? I do appreciate that in Silksong you're like less lost because it's more linear, I suppose. But also that doesn't stop me. It really doesn't stop me.
The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets and rewards hidden in every nook and cranny. Be that powerful charms, special abilities, or, the game's navigation system.
Wait, what was that? What was that? What was that? I didn't get that far. Huh? But was that a problem? The rancid egg? Oh, the rancid egg that you can buy in the beginning? I was just always told never to buy that egg, and no one ever told me why. Maybe they'll tell me why.
Requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their
I love
head.
Conifer.
Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's
Wait, what was that part that he just said? Force us to have a strong idea of the map? Sorry, I just never, ever took off that compass. I get lost down the street. Mental image of the world? I have no mental image. I don't know where I came from. I don't know where I'm going. You will like pry this compass from my cold dead hands. I will fight a boss with the compass because I don't know how to get back.
stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back. The world building.
That's true. World building's very cute.
When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not
1994?
being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias.
I've actually never seen
That's
this
why
gameplay.
they're called Metroidvanias.
Yeah.
Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz?
Did he
Now,
like
finding
jazz?
dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world
the
building,
Mr.
Hollow
Peanut on
Knight
the
turns
bottom?
Hallow Nest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors. Nothing feels like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all.
Ooh.
Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is buried under layers of NPC dialogue, item descriptions,
Zote
lore
the
tablets, and even additional content like the Quarrel comic and Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal.
Oh.
These past 3 years have seen an insane amount of research by the Hollow Knight community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling world.
I'm not gonna lie, I benefit from that because if I don't know something, I just look up on the wiki. And they're like, did you know from this random note and this 2 lines of dialogue that this is true? I'm like, oh, thank you.
We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallow Nest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallow Nest's history and uncertain future.
No, it's Hornet.
When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or
The
whatever
what?
this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight.
Oh.
And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert,
Oh.
I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend
So they are called Mossbag because of Hollow Knight. They are the Hollow Knight like person. Wow.
checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more
See, this is what I do. I don't know something, I just look this up. Wiki, my beloved.
neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I
Reading, disgusting.
suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza, or just grab a block of cheese from the fridge, and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight.
Wait, do they eat in Hollow Knight? Can you eat? Have they ever eaten? I don't remember there being food. Is there food? Huh? Hornet also never ate in Silksong, but I don't know if they just never got that far. There's like an inn that you can go to and like you can order drinks. The soul count? A quest for some bugs wanted food, but other bugs wanted food. Do you ever eat? Does the knight ever eat? I'm like so confused now.
It's a simple fact of life that every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God.
In
As
rare
it turns
cases,
out, the
God.
bugs in Hallow Nest pretty much operate in the same way. From the Mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is
Well, it's the same with what I say. I can predict what's going on, but you can't prevent it.
explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallow Nest. Once it arrived in Hallow Nest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King.
Pale King.
And he's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight.
He's so small.
The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails,
To rule?
cats bury their
To
shit,
hypnotize
and
people?
worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations.
To rule.
And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallow Nest. There's this one slight problem. There's like people already living there.
Oh.
The area that would eventually become Hallow Nest was already filled with mantises,
I thought they only
bees,
moved in
moths,
afterwards.
spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already
bush
operating
cosplayers
with
are
their
cute,
own
though.
cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe.
Yeah, the mantises.
The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallow Nest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge
Yeah, wasn't
them.
there only 3?
The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the 2 communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallow Nest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deep Nest from invading Hallow Nest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deep Nest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on border patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deep Nest. Now, many of the different tribes of Hallow Nest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them.
Wait, so I did like the basically it seems implied that the Pale King just beat them up. I mean, you could just beat up the mantises and they just let you go. So did the Pale King just like absolutely obliterate their like boss fight and get them to come to a truce?
Leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deep Nest didn't do that. We know that the spiders of Deep Nest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deep Nest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deep Nest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deep Nest.
This is about Hornets origins. Yeah, the Weavers. I don't. Why are they a monarchy? Just cause? Yeah, they live in the Citadel or whatever.
Known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deep Nest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deep Nest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallow Nest.
Oh.
The struggles of Deep Nest-Hallow Nest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remained fairly isolated from one another. Another section of pre-Hallow Nest includes Green Path. Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom?
Hey.
Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope. The land we know as Green Path was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Green Path into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator.
Why is everything born from a dream? Is it just a mythological term, like they dreamed them all up and then they were like created?
The Mosskin were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator.
How are you supposed
Green
to find
Path at
this
its
out?
height was actually much larger than we see in game. At one point, Green Path stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Green Path's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of Hallow Nest. Hence the name Green Path. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they?
They're just bugs!
Next, we have the bees. And while there is no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation, we do know how they reacted to the Pale King.
I bet Hornet would love the bees. They look so fat and fuzzy and cute. And she loves cute things.
These bugs decided to seal their hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the...
Actually, they have a very, you know, specific point. It is on the ends of their butts. Thank you.
the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the moth tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the resting grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves.
Oh, so this is where you get the dream nail from? The moths that are pacifists? What? Why does everybody dream? What the heck? I would expect the Green Path people to be the dreamers.
Similar to the Mothskin, the Moth tribe was born from a higher being known as the Radiance. The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth tribe basked. So she was basically a giant lamp to them.
Giant lamp!
Another important aspect about the Radiance is her ties to dreams.
Oh my god, they
and a
literally
substance
worship
known
a
as
lamp.
Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, and are represented in-game by these Dreamcatcher particle effects. Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles.
There's a Dracula.
However, the Radiance
in game?
appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the Moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light.
That's true! In the beginning, they were like, the Pale King gives off a light so blinding it hurts to look at, right? Imagine you are like the hottest lamp around, and then someone showed up literally like born from a god with better light than you. I think I would be kind of pissed too.
So yeah, moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallow Nest. But there is one aspect of Hallow Nest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry.
There is so much poetry in this
game.
game.
Speak your name with reverence and regret. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed.
See, like, out of context, I never understood, like, any of these lines. Like, don't get me wrong, I love poetry, but what? This is so vague. How do you construe anything from this? Okay, is this talking about in the wilds beyond they spoke? Oh my god. Wait, sorry, my Tamagotchi is growing up right now. Momentary pause. Oh my god, my Tamagotchi turned into a ninja! Is that normal? He went back to sleep, by the way. Mochi turned into a ninja, confirmed. I'll take a picture later once they wake up, because right now it's like the lights are off. It's important, okay? It's important information. I need to see. They were fed properly. I even disciplined them properly 3 times. They didn't die, okay? They're a cute little ninja. I don't know if that's good or bad. We'll see. His son seeks attention. No, he was just digivolving in the night. Anyway, let me pay attention again. In Wilds Beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret. So that could be any guide. For none could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Okay, some barbaric bugs. Under palest watch, so the Pale King? You taught, we changed, base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. That's false. Don't lots of these bugs and beasts dream? Okay, but is this talking about the Pale King then? He, like, civilized them? He domesticated the bugs?
This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallow Nest, written by Motomon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and
the
hints at what the
beginning?
Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallow Nest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallow Nest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects and granted them higher thought.
Oh.
To get a better picture of this, let's
gained
look at two different
sentience.
characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallow Nest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallow Nest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital. Basically, it appears as though Hallow Nest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within.
Wow.
The Pale King established a path,
Kingdom
starting from the kingdom's
passive.
entrance in King's Pass, winding through Green Path and the fungal wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallow Nest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears,
Oh, the
but
City
that
of
was
Tears,
likely
that's the
not
capital?
its original name. The rain that falls down
That's
onto
where
the
I
city from the
ended.
blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student,
Calling out Team Cherry, edgy literature student right here, writes poems that we have to piece together, names things. City of Tears.
the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense. The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallow Nest believe that the Pale King created the world and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found
That's
scattered throughout
false.
the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed
But he
to
did give them
followers
higher
of the
thought.
king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale
Yeah,
King
he's
to his
itty.
statue in the ancient
He's so
basin,
itty.
the man is clearly overcompensating.
He's not
The
some
Pale King's White
Warhammer
Palace
Emperor.
was also
He's
built
so
underneath
small.
the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallow Nest, though we don't know for sure if the
He's a
Pale King
short
had
king?
anything
He's
to
a
do
pale
with
king.
this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul
Heretics?
for combat was also shunned.
In our
Soul
game,
is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallow Nest ever use this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being in the mix, a being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a
Oh?
weird brute-like being that can
weird. The White Lady is weird. First qualifier, root light being.
be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is that she likes to breed.
Huh?
Like, a lot.
Huh?
The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example. I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer
What?
C7
What?
AC1750
Excuse
wireless
me?
dual band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U
This is the
AX6000 dual band
easier
8X gigabit Wi-Fi
allegory.
router. Under the
That was the easier explanation. What the heck? Can someone who speaks nerd tell me what that meant, huh? Yeah? You wanna translate that for me? Also, what does this have to do with this random pale lady liking to breed? Is she some, like, queen bee? Lives to have babies?
Pale King, Hallow Nest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation.
There's a train?
A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the Resting Grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deep Nest. And then a third tram was started in Deep Nest and attempted to go further into Deep Nest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallow Nest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy, I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deep Nest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deep Nest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relations shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallow Nest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallow Nest.
Not the music change.
From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary, isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there.
Wait! Isn't he the bug that like shows up if you break the first sign? Like repeatedly? If you keep like breaking it and you come back, and then he'll be there, right? And he's like, I love mending things, and you just keep breaking that sign, and he just keeps doing it no matter what.
There's a single bug in all of Hallow Nest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs.
Is so fancy.
These crystals were considered valuable to the bugs of Hallow Nest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallow Nest, but they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
No!
In terms of military, Hallow Nest's first line of defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hegemol, Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about, since he is one of the few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hegemol was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick.
What?
Mysterious Zamir arrived in Hallow Nest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers.
Oh, whoa.
At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis.
Scandalous.
A daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Black Worm.
Is that something
we
I
have
should
no
know
idea
about?
what these events were or how they affected Hallow Nest,
Thank you
but
for
they
answering
sound
that.
cool nonetheless. During Hallow Nest's reign, there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed.
The Colosseum?
And it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallow Nest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the Flukes. The Flukes spawned from the Fluke Marm, a giant monster with cavities in which tinier flukes live.
Oh my god.
There really isn't too much lore involved with the Flukes, but I do need to point out that the Fluke Marm is canonically a MILF.
What?
Like, that's not even debatable.
Alluring god
The
of
sky is blue, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and we all want to fuck this thing.
We do not what?
And so this was the kingdom of Hallow Nest at its height.
It's giving me
Hallow Nest was a vast
trypophobia.
kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Hallow Nest mourned their dead on the resting grounds,
I need
engaged in
Hornet to write
commerce
me a
using Geo,
bestiary.
the
I don't
de facto
trust this
currency of the
one.
region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in crafting a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As the
We gotta pay
suspicious and
rent?
knowledgeable Hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures.
Oh.
The bugs of Hallow Nest did not hunt for their own food and had
Oh.
become complacent with their comfort. This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Hallow Nest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Hallow Nest Prime
There's
looked quite different than the
1%? The
instinctive
bugs have a
simpletons they once
1%?
were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Hallow Nest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Hallow Nest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Hallow Nest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Hallow Nest to
okay.
stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization.
Okay, but like now that Silk Song is out, we do know that is not technically true. There's like Hallow Nest is like a teeny portion of the world, right? And there's many civilizations outside of it. Clearly that like all the characters have explored and been through, but apparently there is just so much of it that's a wasteland. Is the Citadel just like a like anomaly, and that they're also just a standing civilization that still exists despite being cursed or whatever? But Hallow Nest seems to think it's the last and only civilization. At the very least, maybe his hubris, I suppose?
And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed
Yeah.
where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Hallow Nest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Hallow Nest's history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void.
Why
This
would you
ancient caste
do that? Why
once
are they
also
so
tried
edgy?
to lay claim to the entire land of Hallow Nest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Hallow Nest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered.
The Radiance.
I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiance alive.
Oh.
At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallow Nest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiance. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive.
So basically, the Pale King is the new religion that swept up, and so like the taboo religion is that's left over is the Radiance worshippers. But is it so like the gods survive because they're getting worshipped? So it's one of those things where you gotta clap for fairies. The harder you believe, the more they're alive. But this only causes the Radiance to get salty because they remember everything that was stolen from them.
The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallow Nest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnel.
Wait, the Radiance is the infection? I thought they just got a random plague. I thought they were just like very unlucky. Sorry, you guys are going to have a pandemic now.
Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange
gross.
cysts on their bodies.
Yucky.
For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing her to control their bodies if needed.
Wait, what? It's also a hive mind thing too? Man, I'm trying so hard not to ask about Silksong because now I'm curious, right? I'm like, is it very different? I know like they're basically zombies. This is basically a zombie apocalypse because I know that there's like an infection and everything. I didn't know it was caused by the Radiance. I just knew the Radiance is like the true boss or whatever that you have to fight. But like, you can also get controlled by the hive mind. They're just little hollow husks. And they're like parasitically being controlled from afar. Man, now I want to know if like I want to know if the Silksong like the Reds is the same thing. Surely not. Surely there's a twist.
As the infection spread across Hallow Nest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out.
The stags died out? What do you mean the stags died out? No, not our cute Oji-san stags. But also, I can't believe they had a lockdown before we had a lockdown. Did they predict the lockdown? Conspiracy.
But some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection.
Really?
But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could.
Dang!
The Mantis tribe,
Sacrificed so many.
showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage.
Dude, it's
At
always
some
the
point during
guy.
all this,
Why is it always
the
the
traitor
guy?
lord and his followers were exiled from the
They want more
Mantis
power.
village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens. The traitor lord's daughter ended up dying at some point.
No,
This
don't
is the
keep
same
dying.
Mantis
This is
that
so
was in a
sad.
relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights. But the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Because of Zamir's outsideness.
Are they calling
As a
Zamir
gamer,
an...
Mantis that was in a relationship
Did they
with
just
Zamir,
call Zamir a gamer nerd? Is that what it is? He's ostracized because he's a
one
gamer?
of the 5 Great Knights. But the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick.
Whatever.
With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit known as the Abyss.
Literally an entryway
Within the
to
Abyss
hell?
was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallow Nest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells imbued with soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him.
Terrifying?
It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds.
Are they
But
alive?
the point is, the Pale King turned
they're
to the void
homunculi?
in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallow Nest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These two higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels.
So lots of little knights.
The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with a void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered, I guess because they're dead or something.
How could they be dead and alive at the same time?
Whatever. I'm not an expert on these kinds of things. I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace.
The original Hollow Knight.
But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into.
What is
The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws.
Why does he have so many buzzsaws?
This theory is probably the least likely explanation.
Are you kidding me? Do you have to go through this area to finish this
just
game?
To explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well.
What is this
How does being good at
platforming
Super
from hell?
Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy
Oh
vessel?
my god.
And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs
There
is
is no
never
way
a good
I can
idea,
complete this game
how
if I have to
exactly
do
did
that.
the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King.
Just
in memory
the
of this
first
event,
one?
we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it.
They're just bad at
the lore tablet
platforming.
outside the abyss
Me
appears
too.
to support this theory.
I would not have made
reads,
it.
Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall enter that place no longer. This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the abyss was sealed off.
Oh.
The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has
out?
ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many?
Yeah.
I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids.
No, this is like fish
Well,
eggs.
these are bugs we're talking about, so
You
it would
expect
make
half of them
sense
to
that
die?
multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the abyss.
How did our little
Now
knight
another explanation
survive?
could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow.
No
Which would better
way!
explain why so many were created.
He needed so many.
Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different
When your
interpretations
offspring doesn't
can
have
be
good
pulled from this
sparks.
part of the lore.
You gotta
After the
re-roll
Hollow
it.
Knight was chosen, the Pale King
You glue
sealed the
'em.
doorway to the abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire, its light shining down on an ocean of abyss below.
Oh.
Inside was one of the Pale King's
Wasn't
royal
that like the
retainers,
endgame area?
who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever. Well, at least he was living with purpose. With the Abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower.
But if you think about it, his mom is really big.
But why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of 3 particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast.
Hera the Beast!
Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the 3 Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope. Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love.
Huh?
This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game, the Collector.
The Collector!
The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold
He's the one
used
that
to
trapped
create
the
the
little
King's
buggies.
molds. But the Collector is unique because, well,
Good grief, he's naked!
The Collector
What?
stayed in the Tower of Love.
None
with
of the
a
other
noble
bugs are
bug who
wearing
likely
clothes,
owned the establishment.
except for us.
In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the Collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man.
Don't you think he's just
the
the
bug staying
ultimate
with the Collector
yandere?
decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love, and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the Collector is still spotted by the Hunter at some point, which either means this only happened recently, or the Hunter has been farting around in Hallow Nest for a long ass time. We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the Collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallow Nest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the Collector's obsession with grubs originated, and while Lurien does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the Teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community.
Tell me there isn't
The
one.
Archives and the Fog Canyon as a whole
There's a
are
game
also
about
filled with these
bugs,
strange
for God's
Metroid
sake.
knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Motomon in some way. They could
The
be her live
jellyfish?
offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon
Listen,
uses
does your
futuristic
shit
cathode ray
normally,
tube
like,
things to
move?
store information about Hallow Nest. Several terminals in the Teacher's Archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiance, indicating that Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deep Nest.
Wait, she's
Now,
a
as I
queen of
mentioned earlier,
deepness?
relations between Hallow Nest and Deep Nest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two Dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a Dreamer, in exchange for a child.
The
Pale King agreed,
child!
and the two engaged in a dalliance,
A
which is a fancy
dalliance?
way of saying they totally
No!
boned.
Hey,
The
hey,
White Lady
hey,
was
hey.
okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from
Oi,
the closet.
oi.
The motive behind Hera's request is never
The
elaborated
Pale King
on,
is really a short
but
king.
it appears
He's
as though
always
the King
smaller
of
than his
Deep Nest
partners,
was
huh?
dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could
Is
be
she
of high
common?
birth. The bargain
Really?
between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child because, unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time
that's
together,
true.
as Hera had to make good on her end
She
of the
wasn't
bargain.
thrown into the void.
And so the three dreamers
But
were
does she
put to
have
rest.
void in her? No,
Through
right?
their actions, a seal was
None?
placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body.
I guess that's true.
Motomon's body
Female
was
bugs
protected
usually
by a
eat
giant jellyfish
bigger, huh?
named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell
Oh,
with a mask
Quirrell's-
which would be required to break an additional
Oh.
seal she had placed over herself.
Quirrell
So she
works
basically
for her.
is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deep Nest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel,
Yeah,
which
like
was
how?
then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black
The
egg
poor
was locked
Hollow
behind
Knight,
a
he was
powerful
born to
seal
be
created by the
sacrificed.
three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started
Oh, no.
pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Hallow Nest
Oh,
for
no!
years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom.
Not full
As
quarantine.
it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King
He's
sharing
such
a moment.
little guy.
The Hollow Knight might have developed a parental bond to the Pale King, and who could blame it?
He
The
just
Pale King is a
wanted
pretty great dad
love.
after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything.
He
Remember
had one
those
moment
smug
with
mushroom
his
dickheads?
dad.
Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?"
See?
This could imply that the Pale King
You
always
always
knew
knew
that
it
his
was
kingdom was
doomed.
doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Hallow Nest, as it once was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Hallow Nest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became
How
clear that
dare
the Hollow
you
Knight
have
was not able to contain the
feelings.
Radiance,
Hollow
the
Knight,
Pale
how
King
dare
resorted to his final
he
plan.
wish for
He
love.
fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace,
Oh my
and
gosh,
his Pale
what?
Court in the Dream World. At this point,
He
all of the
runs
furniture in
away?
the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns,
With thorns and
and buzzsaws.
buzzsaws, yeah.
The Pale King would
Common
eventually
trap.
pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what
Wait, then like he just dies? He goes on vacation forever and dies? He doesn't even like live a good life? He doesn't have go on vacation? Excuse me? Okay, but I was also gonna say, like, you know, like in Sleeping Beauty, when she sleeps for 100 years, and then all the thorns cover your, you know, like, the area to kind of protect it from being tampered. Because why would you want your, you know, place to be tampered with when you could have it covered with lots of thorns instead?
Killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss. All of the king's molds surrounding the Pale King are dead.
Oh.
The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of
Void kills
as
him?
it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off.
It was turned off.
I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse.
He turned it off?
Now I know what you're thinking.
Shouldn't we have just...
Exactly how conscious is the
Shouldn't we
void?
have just, like, turned
Is
it
the
on
void
forever
able
and
to
sealed
think
it
for
off?
itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale
When you're
King,
scared of the
one
dark,
could
this is
argue
what you
that
mean?
the void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial."
Yeah.
My name is Johnny Cochran. Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation.
Ew.
And there's also that metric fuckton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emelita, who
Who?
just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character.
Okay, but
The
like...
White Lady ends up in a cocoon deep
You
within
might
the
as well go
Queen's
insane if
gardens.
everyone's dead.
She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed.
Why?
She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping
she feels
the
like
Pale
she
King
shouldn't
create
make
the
more
vessels.
children?
But honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it.
What?
I mean, we're talking like the Netgear
not this
WPN824N N150 wireless router
Excuse
pathetic.
me?
Speaking of great knights dying pathetically,
Someone else
let's
speak
move on to
nerd.
Hagemel. Hagemel
I'm
held
sorry,
the city
I'm-
crest, a key used to
Okay, but like, why was it pathetic? Why is it pathetic that she lost to a bunch of mantises? It's not as if you guys who play this game have never lost to a bunch of mantises.
Let's move on to Hagemel. Hagemel held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears. At some point, Hagemel's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally
Oh my
looked
God,
down
there's
upon
actually
and forced to do
maggots!
menial labor.
Wow,
They were
they're
incredibly
second-class
weak
citizens.
and basically deserved all of the discrimination they got. But this one
Discrimination is
maggot
okay.
decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemel's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His
Maggot
actions weren't
uprising?
motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working
I
class,
see.
and that true freedom
Communism.
can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe to my Patreon. Ogra moved to the Royal Waterways and started living in shit,
I was gonna
changing
say,
his
where's the
name to
union?
Dung Defender. Now I love
But I
wallowing
don't
in
want to be
shit as much
represented
as
by
the next guy,
maggots.
but you
I think
have
I'd
to
rather
really
just
love
live
shit
in
to
that
put up with living with the
Capitalism.
fleas. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights. So much so that he made shit statues of them. How nice.
Wait, literally? Oh, because
Ogrim
he's a
acted as the
dung.
defender of the
'Cause
pipeways,
he's a
as
dung
well as Isma's
defender.
Grove.
Is
A
it
section
just...
of the Royal Waterways
is it
became
actually-
filled with acid, and in the
Ooh.
middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game.
Yeah,
At some point,
why
she
wasn't he
took to guarding
protecting
Hallow
it?
Nest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge. Despite the Kingdom's woes at large, Fortunately, this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Mender Bugs continued to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Hallow Nest.
safe.
From a diary entry, we can see that one Mender Bug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types,
What?
we're a riotous bunch when we get together.
What is this
And Minderberry
fanfic?
kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act
Excuse
on
me,
it.
is this
I love my
necessary?
home
Is this
and my life, but
canon to the
sharing
lore?
it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from. But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became
don't think they did it
overgrown
on
with
purpose,
vegetation
okay?
despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance.
How dare they?
Another
Heretics.
tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the Hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the Hive probably made out the best in this whole situation.
The bees are
Let's turn our
fine.
attention back
They're
to the
not
moths.
infected.
After all,
They're just willingly
it's their god that keeps killing everybody.
rude.
Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well, actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the Seer.
Oof.
Despite the loss of her tribe, the Seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds, while also waiting the arrival of the Wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash melting off of the worm's decomposing corpse.
Disgusting.
The Colosseum of Fools continued
Oh
to
my
thrive.
God, get that damn
the
stuff
Lord
outta
Fool
here.
passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers. This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids,
Oh
but
my
without
God.
the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom. There's one in the Ancient Basin, one in Greenpath, and several trapped in Nosk's lair in Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character, the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair.
There's
At
so
some
many
point,
getting
all
eaten.
entrances to Hallow Nest were closed off, with the old well and Earthmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning.
Wormed their way.
Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seemed content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hallow Nest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This
Oh
process
my
also
God.
involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, hey, look at this
Because-
cool ass boss battle. Another
Isn't
important
that
group
just
that
how
traveled
bugs
to Hallow
are?
Nest are the God Seekers.
You know,
After being
mantises
abandoned by
eat each
their
other
old gods, the
for
gods of thunder
sustenance.
and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship. The God Seekers look to gods to save them from their own silent mind.
huh?
While traveling through the wastelands,
Silent
the
mind?
God Seekers
Just have
constructed
some
devices
imagination.
called God
Just think.
Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods. Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hallow Nest. When they arrived, however, the Godseeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the Godseeker herself. As for who put the cocoon in chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the Godseeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting. This was the general picture of Hallow Nest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed, and the Radiants unable to break free from the chains.
About half an hour ago.
The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallow Nest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea. As I'm sure you've noticed, there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We also have no idea how long any of these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game.
No way!
But this stasis over Hallow Nest wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell, and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life, with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home.
Yeah,
now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything.
We know now!
This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallow Nest. His memory of Motomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallow Nest. These events are depicted in the Quirrell prequel comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell. This could mean that Quirrell's arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight's shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hallow Nest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hallow Nest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hallow Nest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiance within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins.
I'm so lost. Okay, so does the Hollow Knight just crack randomly because just like time has gone by, or just because he keeps thinking about his dad and that somehow makes him impure because he has feelings and that's not allowed? So at some point it just cracks and more infection leaks out. There's a lot of things in between that I'm like, dude, I have no idea what's going on. I don't know how anyone else who has never played this game would ever follow. I don't know how 90% of this is like obvious to anyone even playing the game. I'm just gonna go with it. Just go with the flow. Okay, sure.
Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hallow Nest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell. But to be honest, I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go. That's the lore for the Brooding Moloch. Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole.
What?
Now, did you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not. So instead, I'm just going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story.
Wow,
the
imagine
Knight is
being able to
eventually
pogo
noticed
that well.
by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears, next to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience, due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hallow Nest.
Yeah, what
this
does
could
that
be
mean?
referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hallow Nest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hallow Nest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge. At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video, as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world. Now, to get the easiest ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the three dreamers will appear and cast the knight into the dream realm. There, Seer will come to the knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail, a special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail,
That's
the
how
knight
you
can
get
venture to the resting places of the three dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg. Inside the egg, the knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the knight.
So he's
As the fight
infected
progresses,
too?
the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her own attacks.
Oh,
Once
I
defeated,
see.
the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight.
Roll
In this
credits.
ending, the knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hallow Nest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or
'Cause
will the
he's
Radiance still
hollow,
manage to
right?
break free one
He's
day?
actually hollow.
Before we answer this question,
Does it
let's look at some
reverse
of the
any of
other
the
events
other
that can transpire while
infections?
playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the knight one last time as a final test of strength. After her defeat, Hornet allows the knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched. By interacting with this egg, the knight's shell is marked with the king's brand, technically making the knight the new ruler of Hallow Nest. With the king's brand, the knight can now open the entrance to the
ruler?
abyss and discover the
I
place
guess
of its
he's
birth.
the
When
child.
leaving the abyss, the knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually two outcomes the knight can enact. She tells the knight that it can either prolong Hallow Nest stasis, or face the heart of the kingdom's infection. Within the knight, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the knight. After visiting the abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's gardens.
You have
The
to
White
kill her
Lady tells the
too?
knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King's Soul, which she claims will give the knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel.
Dude.
From this dialogue, it is
imagine being
implied
called
that the knight
flawed.
truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the radiance successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're gonna have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're gonna need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the knight has a will, and maybe even a mind.
Yeah.
But from the Pale King's
Like you
dialogue
meet so
when
many people
describing
and you
the Hollow
help
Knight,
them.
it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the knight is wearing the Defender's Crest charm. She also thinks that Drya is still alive, which,
No.
so maybe the White Lady is just senile.
Just
My problem with that
dementia.
theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the knight sought her aid, which would imply that the knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the knight is still capable of containing the radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all,
Don't
the
they
Hollow
all
Knight
make
was considered
decisions?
pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword.
Yeah.
I mean, if the knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account.
Hey, we got
In
scammed
short,
into that one.
this whole concept of being hollow is so abstract and hard to define, I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the knight is or isn't truly hollow. And
The
I think
knight
the game
had
leaves room
will
open
before
for
we met
other
him, though.
interpretations. Of
'Cause the
course, the
knight-
White Lady's gift is
Right? Like the knight, we are told he somehow escaped the abyss on his own, and survived despite all the other vessels dying out there, and then traveled in the wastelands outside of the kingdom before being called back to the kingdom for some reason. And we don't really know what his will is this entire time, since it's up to us to choose the ending, I suppose. But that, like, implies a will, unless you're just wandering around lost.
Useless without the other half of the King's soul. In order to reach it, however, the knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of a king's mold. In order to bypass the seal, the knight must use a fully awakened dream nail. It can do this by bringing
This is so
1800 essence to the seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the knight does this, the seer remarks that the knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiants.
Okay, but those Radiants kind of a piece of shit. Like, really, I feel like I would have gone and, like, Oshi-hen too if my god was a Radiance that was only a god because it was so bright, and the Pale King came over and gave us civilization and higher thought and sentience and order and civilization. I probably would have switched too. The Radiants, like, showed their colors by being salty and infecting the world, so I don't know. The Moths were, like, kind of just getting their eyes open here, but unfortunately the Radiance was so awful that they doomed the entire land in their saltiness.
But the knight might kill the Radiants, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken dream nail in hand, the knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King's Soul charm. When equipped, the King's Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm, and the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King's Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings.
What a bait.
To me, this implies that the King's Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings.
Excuse me.
With the King's Soul in their inventory,
it's a
the knight now
metaphorical
gains
union.
access to an area in the abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the knight can find a giant egg. Dream nailing the egg allows the knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the abyss. From viewing that memory, the King's Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event—
That was a real event? That was like freaking Mufasa, right? Did the Hollow Knight actually leave the little knight behind like that? And he fell down? That was like his past? Long live the king? And then he, like, isn't hollow anyway and gets his, like, butt beat up later on?
and allows the knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the knight has the Void Heart, the shades in the abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, the knight has now bound the once fragmented void under its own will, allowing it to control the void in a powerful new way. With the
So you
union
can
of the
fight
void,
with Void?
the Pale King, and the White Lady, the knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny. Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room
But now you doomed Hornet too,
and her
how dare
face
you!
appears on the door of the Black Egg. It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallow Nest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right?
Rip.
Generally, people consider this to be one of the worst endings, but it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending.
Some are
Each
just
ending is
truer than
canonical in
others.
its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to spend some quality time together.
Before they
If the
die?
Knight does dream of the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it can finally fight the Radiants head-on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other shades from the Abyss will appear in order to help corner the Radiants. Eventually the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance
As
is
she
consumed
deserves.
into the darkness. The black egg then appears to turn to shadows and the void seeps down into
Oh,
the
this
ground.
is creepy.
Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over.
What?
This ending is called the Dream No More ending.
We
The Radiance
sacrifice
is gone,
ourselves?
and Hallow Nest is finally free from her infection.
Where's
Now I think it's
Knight?
fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the King's Brand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the King's Brand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the King's Brand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions,
Let's not
because God
think
forbid
about
I answer
that.
anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiants by creating a Lord of Shades, like the Knight. Regardless, the next two endings were definitely not planned.
Huh?
In fact, the last two endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers
added, like,
basically hijack
DLC?
everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game. That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser.
You
But
get
on
to
the other
choose it
hand,
canonically?
the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hallow Nest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real, because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the Knight finds the Godseeker in the Junk Pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds
Ritual
higher,
combat?
and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallow Nest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know
You
what
get
you're
to talk
thinking.
to him?
That's a pretty convoluted little
Yeah,
religious
what
practice
the-
they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the Knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallow Nest, as we're about to see. As the Knight makes it further and further through the four Pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the fourth Pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call.
Oh.
It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hallow Nest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the Knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the Knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance,
Isn't
a
this just
stronger, more
masochist
enhanced
that
version
wanted
of
an
the
even
game's
harder
final
game?
boss. Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss
Yeah.
battles, the Knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy, responsible for the destruction of Hallow Nest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old
Oh
pal
my
Menderbug.
God!
As
What's
it turns
wrong
out,
with
he's still
Menderbug?
alive when the
What do
Knight
you
arrives
mean?
at Hallow Nest, and he's still fulfilling his duty
What
after
is he
all this
mending
time.
at this point?
Let's take one last look at his diary.
Excuse me. Why is
My
he
lovely
writing his
diary.
fanfic?
Someone's
huh?
gone and broke my favorite sign, right there at the top of the crossroads.
Why is he suddenly
Keeps
British?
happening too. But you know,
Why is he
I
British?
just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign.
The
And
one
I've
that I
stocked
break
up on
every
spare
single time?
parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the Menderbug's diary is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers,
could you?
so it checks
Are any
out.
of us safe?
But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads. It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss, before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion. Well, anyways,
You can
the alternate fight between the Knight and the
Non-canon
Radiance
death.
plays
He does
out
not
differently
stay
than in the
dead.
vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is
Nobody
not
touch
accompanied by any
Menderbug, you
shades.
heathens.
Instead, after defeating the Radiance, the
achievement?
Knight
Screw
seems to
your
transform
achievement!
into this monstrosity. Now this creature goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill.
Why
Bill
Bill?
proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiance in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker
Oh.
starts to get pulled into Bill by void tendrils.
Is this a good
We
ending?
then cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit.
This doesn't look
Void
like we're the
starts
good guys.
leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world,
Huh?
which is probably a bad thing.
Yeah.
Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the black egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the black egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene, we can see that the Radiance's death in
baddies!
Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hallow Nest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the black egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Hallow Nest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong,
Has
doesn't seem to
nothing
be
to
related
do
to
with
this ending
this
at all.
whatsoever.
But that's a whole different
It's
shit
only
show.
about Hornet.
Obviously, the biggest mystery
We
surrounding
don't
this
care.
ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already? Or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation.
Inspired
We don't know
or
what this
mad?
worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worshipped took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers.
Oh my god.
Yes, these things.
It's
As it turns
What?
out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are
is
actually
it a
useful
water
for
type?
something.
It's
They
weak to
contain a
grass.
strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept a flower from the Knight. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air.
You just give him
The
a
flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods.
Before we
As of
fight,
right now,
would you like
we
a
are only aware
flower?
of two,
Haha,
the Pale
gotcha.
King and the White Lady. But
They're
the fact that Zamir
kryptonite.
brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallow Nest. Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general,
They're
the
definitely
Godmaster
poop.
endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to
Oh,
connect
it's
these
lace. They
events on
showed the lace
surface.
fight before?
So we are in a bit of a
I didn't
bind
watch
when
any
trying to
trailers.
discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building.
Hey, they're
There's definitely a lot
dying
more
to
to consider
hurt
about
you.
what the pale beings are and what properties they possess. And we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we are looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallow Nest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives? Go outside?
Yeah, touching
Ugh.
grass,
And so this video comes to an end.
playing Hollow Nest.
Now I know the average attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9
Yes,
minutes.
exactly.
So let me leave you with a few
I
takeaways.
think I have only
1. Hollow
gotten,
Knight
like,
is a game about bugs.
20%.
I know this may come as a shock, but it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention.
There's
You'll
actually
notice
about
right away, I
bugs.
promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all.
Okay.
I mean, this
I
is
think it's
obviously just
overrated,
my
though.
interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
I don't
or
wanna.
anything.
I don't wanna like spoil a part, but this is also an annoying twist in a like MSQ Final Fantasy 14, and I was just like, when I saw that twist, I was like, this is stupid. This is so stupid. What is with this murdering babies is bad thing?
Manderbug is fucking dead. 4.
No!
Nothing is
Manderbug is
certain.
not dead. Manderbug is alive, just like the Grublings. The Grublings are all also alive. They all survive, and everybody's happy at the end. You're a monster. You can choose to be the monster. Neither the void nor the light is the good guys. Neither they're not bad or evil. They're just light and dark, and there needs to be balance in the world. You can choose to be good or not.
This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5.
I don't think
And
I
this
can
last
explore
point
this
is fairly
deeply.
obvious, but I should mention it anyway. Cory in the House is the best anime.
Yeah. Is it?
It's a party every week, baby.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know Cory in the House. I feel like I'm missing out on some cultural significant milestone of TV, but I don't know anything about Cory in the House. No, I will never kill Manderbug. Manderbug will live, and he will live his best life. I will break his sign every day so he has something to do. This joke is ancient. This video came out 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Is it funny? Huh? I don't know. This was very complicated. My brain hurts. And it's not because I don't think he's not doing a bad job. I think the lore is just that complicated. How is it that I understand more from those freaking Warhammer videos than this video? Huh? What's going on? Okay, TLDR infection bad. So we've decided the only way to do it is to sacrifice an individual and contain it, and then sacrifice 3 other individuals, which you can beat up to allow. So like everyone thinks that you, the knight, are just going to replace the Hollow Knight, so that's why they allow you to beat them up, so you can take his place. Also, flowers are deadly. Yeah. What do you mean, Manderbug any percent? Around a minute of gameplay. No! Manderbug is alive. It's alive, and it's good, and it's adorable, and it's great, and yeah. Bug apocalypse. The zombie apocalypse. Blame God, you kill God, you become God. All of it is because of the Pale Kings. It's his fault. He wanted to play God because he was born to play God because he's a descendant of a worm that are gods. And then he knew that this was coming, and then when it actually came, he ran off and died instead of helping. But his idea of helping was to sacrifice his children. So Hollow Knight is Jesus. Hollow Knight is Jesus, and he sacrifices his life to contain this for your sins, for his dad's sins, to be honest. If you want to think about it, Pale King is both God and Satan all in one, because he gives everybody higher thought and sentience, but also dooms everybody to a horrible life, of becoming eventually infected because of his hubris. And the Radiance is just a salty bitch. It's also all the Radiance's fault. The Void is also scary, but basically we're going to use our enemies to fight our other enemies. And hope that that DLC ending where one fighting the light doesn't destroy the balance and the Void just takes over. Yeah. That's the TLDR. And also Hornet's the best character in the game. And Silksong is too hard to play. I'm waiting for his follow-up for Silksong then. Yep. Colonization bad. We should just let bugs be bugs. We should have left them to their life of ignorance, right? We should have not made them think. Not taught them how to think. They had a good, simple life bugging around. And we gave them jobs. We made them do 9 to 5s and told them they had purpose and ripped them from their silly bugging life. Now they don't know how to fight and fend for themselves. They also just mindlessly worship the king, I suppose. Yeah. Everyone should be the mending bug. Yeah, everyone should just be simple and happy with all that they want to do in life. Just get one hobby. One hobby. And it will prevent you from getting infected somehow. Congrats, you now owe taxes. Exactly. Now they're getting taxed. How could they? My turn to play Silksong? Nah. We know our limits. We don't limit test here. I could play Hollow Knight. That's the only way. But looking at those chainsaws, I'm starting to think I do not want to touch the King's special interest room. The Bender bugs didn't get infected. His simplicity protected him, okay? Is all the bugs that like try to think for themselves? Nah. You just need to be eternally happy. Just like Shurma, right? Just like Menderbug and Shurma. You just got to hold on to your foolish naivety and zest for life. And then you will be spared. Spared the pains of life, yeah. The White Palace area? Dude, I never would have gotten there myself. I don't think I would ever complete this game myself. I could get the first ending where we don't have to do any of the hard stuff and just become the next Hollow Knight. That sounds like the easiest ending so far for me. You have to fight hard people to get the real endings. That's too hard. You have faith? Look what faith did to the rest of them. You want to become a mindless zombie too? You're going to be spewing infection. You're going to be leaking out puss for believing in, you know, gods that no longer protect you. They can't hear their prayers. He's already dead. And even if you pray to the Radiance, he doesn't like you anyway. I don't know. Apparently only the bees made off okay. The bees were like, we are a hive mind. Or Radiance be like, okay, you gotta listen to what I say. And they're like, okay. And he's like, man, there's no resistance here. That's not fun. I'm gonna work harder to go and conquer the non-believers. And left the bees alone somehow. Yeah. Bug Meimi would be a doomer. Dude, I would move. I'm not staying here. All those other people that said they like left or like, oh yeah, Hallow Nest is a shell of its former glory. I'm living up there on the surface. I'm not living down there. It's dangerous. You can eke out a living. I will sell things with Cornifer or something. How does he even survive? Cornifer's like secretly a god, isn't he? It makes sense because Chakra is a like seasoned veteran or whatever. So they can wander around making maps. But how does Cornifer actually sneak around doing his geography homework, huh? How is he a cartographer without having to fight mantises and beat back infection and bugs and whatnot? He's secretly just like the GOAT. He's the strongest character in the game. He gets everywhere before we do. All pilgrim bugs in Farloom are pretty much dying. The Pale Kid did nothing wrong in comparison. That's true. The Pale King did have a semblance of a civilization better than Farlooms did. So maybe the Weavers were wrong. The Weavers that moved away from their kingdom, right? They were like, yeah, we saw something going down. We didn't want a part of it. But then things went down here too, and they're like, never mind, we're going home. I see. Invested in this bug lore. It's because this is the only game to make bugs cute. The bugs are very cute. Not only are they very cute, but Hornet is very cute. The grubs are very cute. I wish they didn't have maggots. See, the addition of the fleas in the other game and the cute fuzzy furry critters that you fight make it so fun and adorable. I do not want to see maggots. I do not want to fight that marm or whatever. I will be like grossed out as I attempt to hit it even. Maggots are not cute. Huh? You go grow some maggots yourself and see how you like it, huh? The horror kind of vibe? I guess it's like spooky atmosphere, but there's no jump scares or anything, and they're all tiny, cute little, like... I don't know, they're like cutely animated. Even if they scare me, all they do is like stomp you a little bit, you know? I'll fight the Doma guy. Doma! Doma, Doma! And then that'll be my canonical ending. Not a MILF, shut up! I hate that he put that into our head. Now if I ever see that creature, I'm going to be like, bleh! Terrible, awful, no good, very bad. Yeah, that was the video. Did we really spend an hour on it, or did we spend 2 hours on it? I feel like I didn't deviate that much from it. Is everything, like... He makes so many videos, though! Look at his channel! Pretty much everything we know about Silksong before launch 3 weeks ago, and now he's like... probably furiously playing and finishing it. He analyzed every little crumb of Silksong's crazy. Games like Hollow Knight. Correcting my Hollow Knight lore mistakes. What? Wait, he has some lore mistakes. Wait, we need to figure out. He has so many videos about this. He also makes his own games, apparently. Top 10 Hollow Knight boss. It's always the top 10s, isn't it? Okay. What did he get wrong?
Over the past few years of writing and producing YouTube videos, I've made a lot of claims. I try my best not to make false claims, but, and you might want to sit down for this, I do get things wrong sometimes. In fact, yes. I'll even, on occasion, say things wrong on purpose as a joke. But that isn't going to happen in this video. This video is a serious one. In fact, with this video, I plan to right the wrongs of my past. After all, what better way to celebrate the month of April than by taking a look back at my older videos and pointing out my past mistakes. In this modern age of influencer culture and the rampant spread of misinformation online, it's important that people remember that just because someone said it in a YouTube video, that doesn't mean it's true. And I'm not talking about the unimportant stuff like news and politics either. I mean Hollow Knight lore. If you take one thing away from this video, know that a true Hollow Knight lore fan believes in their theories because they evaluated the evidence on their own, not just because they heard me say it in a video.
Is always like this.
Because, as you'll see, I do get stuff wrong. We're going to be going through some of my videos and looking at times I was completely off base.
Maybe it's just
and I
for
don't
men.
mean in a vague, up to your own interpretation kind of way. I mean flat out incorrect information. And to help me identify all these mistakes, I even recruited the help of the Mossbag community. I was blown away by the sheer number of thoughtful, useful, and respectful responses you all sent in.
All of them! Around what timestamp? 1 second.
I might
Anything that mentions Silksong.
just be the lucky
All of it. Why Hornet isn't
this guy in
void.
the
Across the whole of the video.
world to have the support of you all.
Okay. I understand this completely. Same as a VTuber. And my comments are just like, sorry, you got everything wrong. You know nothing. Why even speak?
I am truly blessed.
142 responses is pretty
To start
high.
things off, I want to look at what is easily my most popular video,
The one I
the
just
mostly
watched.
complete lore of Hollow Knight. This video has garnered an astonishing 1,000 views over the last 5 years.
1,000
So I thought it would be best to
views?
start off with this
It is
one.
much more than
So
that.
what did I get wrong in this video? At one point I explained the concept of pale beings. You know, the Pale King, the White Lady, Michael. I then say this. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings as being even more powerful. The thing is, there's no evidence anywhere in Hollow Knight that the pale beings are more powerful than other higher beings.
Oh.
I said it in the video with such confidence, but it really was just speculation on my part. Honestly, I'm not even sure if the pale beings we see in-game are actually stronger than the other higher beings we see in-game. I'm not a particularly big fan of those who is stronger debates. Like, maybe Mr. Bean is stronger than Goku. For all I know, the gravity in Goku's universe might be 10 trillion times weaker than it is in
Wow.
Britain. So I tend not to think about that kind of stuff with Hollow Knight characters. But I don't know, is the White Lady really stronger than the Radiance? We know so little about these gods' powers, it's just so hard to say anything with any sort of certainty. Now, here's something else I said that was strictly wrong.
This guy has
So why
lore?
is the brooding Moloch brooding? Because all its friends are dead. And there you go. That's the lore for the brooding Moloch.
He has
Also, it's
lore.
the only character in the game with a visible asshole. This is just not true. There are, in fact, other characters with visible assholes in Hollow
No,
Knight.
this is not
There's
the lore we
Divine.
needed.
And Elderbug.
No way, there's Elderbug.
So yeah,
what
this
do
is
you
an
mean?
instance where I was completely, objectively wrong. A massive blunder on my part for sure, and a stain on my reputation for all time.
Do we
Next
need
up
to
is
stare
my
as
Dream
puckered
Warriors
bug?
video.
Oh.
In this video, I talked about Gorb, and mentioned that he might be an alien due to his hint in the Hall of Gods reading, Dreamborn God of the Beyond. But I think there's a much better explanation for the use of the word beyond here. The Howling Cliffs is on the edge of Hallow Nest, connected to what one might call the Wilds Beyond, mentioned in the Elegy of Hallow Nest. I completely forgot about the connection when writing my script, so that's 2 videos released in 2020 with blunders in them. Man, that was not a great year, was it?
Two
Next up is my
videos
Sly is
wrong.
Hegemol video. Now this video is a fan favorite, and the main part of the
Sly?
video about Sly being Hegemol,
Oh,
one
that
of the 5 Great
guy.
Knights, is all
Oh.
airtight. But at some point in the video I did want to tie the theory back to an actual historical event, to help make my point a little
What's
clearer.
his Burger King
But
crown?
in that part of the video, I stated that King Otto I's raid of Poland took place in 962. Yeah, obviously it actually started in 963. I really looked like an idiot there. Sorry about that one, guys.
Yeah, all you 1963ers.
The Mask Maker video has what I think is my worst mistake to date. I'm so embarrassed this video got 1 million views. I mentioned that there are void particles floating around in the Mask Maker's room, and that's just completely wrong. The particles in Mask Maker's room are just dust particles that appear in tons of other rooms throughout the game. If you want to see real void particles, you have to go to places like the Abyss.
There's a difference?
These particles grow and shrink, whereas dust particles just sort of fade in and out.
What?
My next mistake is from the video titled, Hollow Knight Cut Content. Edit. I know the Hive has a boss now, please shut up. In this video, I said that the Hive doesn't have a boss, when it clearly does. So what's the deal with that? Well, you see, the Hive Knight boss
Hey.
fight wasn't actually in the base game.
They got
It was
a
added
boss?
in March 2018, along with the Lifeblood updates. So the video was only accurate for about a month or so, before
Rough.
Team Cherry sabotaged it. And I'm still mad about
On
it.
purpose.
I love
This
hamburgers.
man said there was no boss.
And then
Let's
there's my
fix
video
that.
solving the Hollow Knight Silk Song ARG. This one is a real
an
fan
ARG?
favorite. Figuring out what the cake really meant and the truth behind Little Bomi was so satisfying.
What?
It should be on my channel right now,
Oh
so
my
please
God.
go check it out.
What?
So what did I get wrong with this video? Well, everything I said about Silk Song's release date was correct, so don't worry about that.
Yeah. When was this released? 5 months ago. Actually, not that bad. 5 months ago. Finally came out, buddy.
But in the video, I accidentally said Napoleon wasn't gay. Another mistake I feel awful about is in my Wanderer's Journal video. Basically, the book mentions that the hive was unmarred by the spread of the Radiance's infection, and I thought the book was saying that the hive wasn't infected. But unmarred can also just mean that the hive's operations weren't negatively impacted by the infection. We have a hint that this might be the case from the whispering root in the area that has the Dreamnail dialogue, light familiar. In other words, the bees might have already been operating in a hive mind-like state before the Radiance's infection, so nothing about how their society works has changed. And then there's my Hollow Knight Dreamcast video.
Huh?
Now this one is a fan favorite.
Huh?
But I really missed the ball when I forgot to cast Chris Pratt in any of the roles. Chris Pratt is an amazing actor in Hollywood, and I really should have given him a role. I got a lot of hate from you guys for this one too. I know how much you guys like the Mario movie. I know how much you guys like the new Garfield movie.
Oh god.
And I should have thought of that when making my casting. I was surprised by how much of a fan favorite my Undertale lore video was. I didn't even know people cared about Undertale and Deltarune anymore. Anyways, what did I get wrong this time? Well, it turns out that Frisk is actually being controlled by Chara the whole time. Wow, that's crazy,
just making
isn't it?
stuff up now,
I
isn't
couldn't
he?
believe it either. But I put it in this corrections video, so it must be true. And now we have the real life
Just to make
bugs
people
video.
bad.
There are 2 mistakes in this video, but guess what? Neither one of them are mine. The first mistake actually comes from my dear friend Tirzu, the special guest in the
Throwing
video.
someone else
When
under the
talking about how
bus.
the bugs of
Okay.
the Mantis tribe lose their wings when turning into adults, he said that there are no examples of bugs that have wings when they are nymphs or larvae, and then lose the ability to fly when entering adulthood. And while Tirzu wasn't strictly wrong, he did leave a comment on the video clarifying one thing. There are certain insects, like some ant queens, who actually tear their wings
Ooh,
off in
that's
adulthood
metal.
once they've settled down. So while some insects do lose the ability to fly, it's from a point earlier in
He
adulthood,
literally got a
not from a point before that.
entomologist
The second mistake
to
is
explain
contentious.
bugs. Dude, the 7 years between Hollow Knight and Silksong were really rough for you guys, huh? You have nothing to make content on, so you got a freaking bug expert.
I've gotten so many comments from people saying that Quirrell is a pill bug. I don't know why so many people say this when boulders are right there, and we also never see Quirrell roll up into a ball. You know, the one thing pill bugs actually do. So I'm just
So
going
what
to
is
say
he?
you guys are the ones who are wrong about this one. Shame on you. I'm unsubscribing.
It's true.
And
He
we,
never
of
rolls.
course, can't forget about this fan favorite video,
Oh, what's-
Blackworm Unraveled.
What is black worm?
In this video, I talked about the Blackworm and how it perfectly connects all the loose threads left in Hollow Knight's lore. The revelations surrounding Zote's love child were
What?
especially noteworthy. But we've all seen the
He's
video, so I won't
messing
bore
with
you with
me,
the
right?
details.
There's no way
So what
Zote
did I get wrong?
gets.
Well, at one point I referred to
any
William
action.
Pellin, one of the creators of Hollow Knight, but I accidentally pronounced his name as Glaufilowame PLF, which, yeah, that was a stupid mistake on my part. And now we come to my Cuphead lore video, probably the video I'm most proud of. This is a video that really put me on the map and solidified me as the
Cuphead is one
Cuphead
of
lore
those games
master
I
I
could
am
never
today.
play.
But I did make one small mistake. I'll just play this clip from the video. Okay, so Satan's a fucking moron. Why would you piss someone off that can literally shoot bullets from his goddamn finger? So yeah, the thing is, Cuphead only gains the ability to shoot bullets from his fingers after talking to Uncle Kettle, which only happens after the devil makes his deal with him.
Wow.
So I got my wires crossed a little bit.
So basically, why would you piss someone off that had an uncle that can allow him to shoot bullets off his finger? Minor correction there.
But otherwise, this video is airtight, and I highly recommend you check it out. Let's move on to the video that started it all. Hollow Knight Lore and Plot Explained. My first mistake
Outdated.
occurred almost immediately when I accidentally called the person in this photo Dave Kazi. Dave joined Team Cherry shortly after Hollow Knight's Kickstarter ended, but this photo actually features Rowan Fraser. Rowan was an artist on Team Cherry's early Game
oh my
Jam
god.
games, but he didn't end up working full-time
What
with Team
is
Cherry on
this?
Hollow Knight. He's
So
sort of like the
itty.
forgotten fourth Beatle, Ringo. And this was an incredibly stupid mistake. I'm lucky I didn't have any subscribers when I posted this video, otherwise I would have lost them all. Another mistake I made was assuming that the Grim Troop DLC was going to reveal a bunch of stuff about Deep Nest. I don't know why I thought that, other than at the time I was a stupid baby. Finally, I maybe sorta said Hornet was void.
Oh.
I don't know if this is even a relevant discussion anymore, but back in the early days of Hollow Knight, there was a bit of confusion floating around about whether or not Hornet was void like the Knight and the other vessels. The confusion, as I understand it, stemmed from this line Hornet says in the Abyss. Though our strength is born of similar source, that part of you, that crucial emptiness, I do not share.
Ooh.
Basically, some people thought the emptiness Hornet referred to here wasn't strictly the actual void substance, but instead that the Knight had a different kind of
Actually,
emptiness.
she just meant that they're
Hornet
siblings,
mentions earlier
right?
in the game that the
They're
Knight has a
half-siblings.
resilience, born in part from its time spent outside of Hallow Nest, giving an alternative explanation for this crucial emptiness line. There was also the fact that Hornet has a black body, and does look somewhat
It's 'cause
similar to
she's
the
a
vessels, and this theory gained enough traction that I saw it posted a few times while browsing Reddit and Discord, trying to make sense of Hollow Knight's story while still scripting that original video. So I shared that view in my first lore video as a possible interpretation of the lore, and then in my Zope video, I brought up this theory again, stating it as if it were a fact. It is possible for siblings to have personalities and voices, since we know that Hornet is a sibling. So technically, this was a mistake for my Zote video, What's the Deal with Zote the Mighty, a Knight of Great Renown? Applause. My second Zote video, Zote, my personal hero, was a fan favorite on
I
the
want
channel.
to watch these actually.
I say
so
it was because, well,
Zote-
there's been a
Zote-
reevaluation of
Zote
Zote's
song
character
next
in recent
when-
years. Sure, he says he's a Knight of Great Renown, and his 57 precepts are genuinely great life advice. Since listening to Zote's lectures, I've cleaned my room, fixed my diet, and cut all ties with my parents. But it turns out Zote has a darker side. When talking to him in Dirtmouth, he claims to have earned a trophy in the Coliseum of Fools by defeating a foe to thunderous applause. But then I remembered, I actually saw Zote in the Coliseum of Fools
Yeah.
twice.
Yeah.
The first time he was in a cage, and the second time he was only fighting me.
This
So
is
when
how
did
I
you defeat
fight.
this shielded fool? That's when I thought, is Zote lying?
No,
Did he just
no.
take the helmet off a
No.
corpse someone else had already killed?
Never question
Taking credit
your
for someone else's
heroes.
work like that is totally unacceptable. I even made an entire 4-hour video explaining how wrong that is. So the mistake I made in this video, Zote, my personal hero, dear
Never!
viewer, was even calling Zote a hero in the first place.
No,
I fell into the Zote pipeline,
Don't
and before
become
I knew
a
it,
doubter.
I myself was spreading Zote propaganda. And for that, I am truly sorry. My hidden Easter eggs in Hollow Knight video was a lot of fun to make. My favorite part about it was I got to talk about games other than
There's
Hollow
a
Knight for a
third character
change.
with the shadow
Thank
of Zote.
God. But
Did they
instead of
not
making
make
a false
Zote's
claim,
game?
the mistake I made in this video was omitting something
Kickstarter,
so obvious
why?
I've been annoyed at myself ever since.
Okay,
The
I don't.
Grubberfly's Elegy,
Oh?
the charm that gives you a projectile beam attack while at full health,
No!
is obviously a reference to Link's beam sword attack in Zelda.
Oh.
Now, I'm a huge Zelda fan.
Oh.
It's such a good TV show.
I didn't expect
I
that
hope they
to
make it
be
into a video
what he was
game
talking
someday.
about. I was like, is he gonna talk about
And
the
then, of course,
Grubberflies?
there's the video about the hunter's true identity. This one is a fan favorite.
He says
Fans
that
were
about
really
every
impressed that I
single
was able to
video.
identify the hunter as King Otto I, the very same king who raided Poland in the year 962. But I did make
Wait, he
one
already
small
said this
mistake in that
already.
video. I referred to Otto I's successor as Berengar III, when it was actually Berengar II.
Oh my god.
Whoops.
He's really petty about this, huh? 142 responses and he really went through them, huh? This is gonna be a fan favorite. No, Zote is the GOAT. You just gotta believe in him. We're gonna get a Zote game. Trust. I'm so curious about the Zote one now. Is it actually funny though? His jokes do not land with me. I think we just do not come from the same realm of like references. I'm just like, what is he talking about? Who is this person? I don't know. Check the date of the video? The Zote video? Or do you mean it's just gonna say 5 months ago? Isn't the April Fool's joke? Was April 5 months ago at this point? Crazy. How much more? How much more lore is there? How did he do years and years of this? There's so much. This is where he like, okay, like he started with like a presumably slightly incorrect one, and then he made this one 5 years ago, and ever since he's been making videos. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun about making videos? What exactly did he talk about in this entire time? Huh? Hollow Knight art book analysis? He just made like 50 trailer analysis of Silk Song. It'd be kind of funny for him to go back and make a video about how he was correct or wrong in every single one of his Silk Song videos. Especially since Silk Song being a sequel is not actually very related to the main Hollow Knight storyline. That's the way they cope. I guess. I mean, there's people watching it, so why not? Every video being like, where's Silk Song? I don't know. I feel like Hollow Knight lore, there's only so much you can watch. There's only so much you can understand before you understand you don't understand, right? I don't think I understand anymore. I don't think videos will help me any further. Oh. Grim Troop? I feel like maybe I just need to encounter them in game. I don't even know who the Grim Troop are. Dream Warrior lore explained. Hollow Knight beta. Coliseum of Fools lore explained. Released April 1st. Informative under all the chaotic references. It was informative about getting back at the fans, for sure. That's what I should do. Make a Google form being like, tell me everything I've done wrong, and then go back and be like, my mistake. It was really awful of me to have streamed it and said this line right here. I know I was trying to make a joke, but I should have remembered that I'm not funny. I will not attempt this in the future. To prevent this from happening, I will never watch a video on this again. You wanna watch Souls lore? I don't know anything about Elden Ring though. Like, not even a little bit. I passed the tutorial and that was it. They just said there's a lot of M-name people. There's a lot of M-name people and they're all somehow related. Because all gods are related somehow, right? They fought each other or something. There's some sort of turf war. Didn't finish Dead Space tutorial and I never will cry about it. People to put their usernames on the forum and ban everyone that submits a complaint. Yes, your complaint will be heard and answered to. The answer is a ban. Thank you. We don't want that negativity in this economy. I'd rather pull off my fingernails and watch more Souls lore. Unfortunately, the internet does not share your sentiment, and the internet really likes Souls lore for whatever reason. Whatever reason. I guess because it's like Hollow Knight, it's very confusing. No one can understand it, so we obviously need another video to waste our time with. Let's see. I think that's all the Hollow Knight stuff though. Right? I think only everyone watched this. There's no way they watched this video and understood anything. Especially if they didn't play the game. Like, I played the game and like for like a little bit. Like, not that much, right? But at least I somewhat understand the places they're talking about and some of the characters. It was so confusing. There's no way you watch that and are prepared in any way, fashion for Silk Song. That has nothing to do with any of that. Elden Ring lore videos, is that usually wrong and have nothing to do with the actual text of the game? What? Then why would you watch them then? Huh? What? Isn't the reason people like watching them because everyone likes Souls and everyone, you guys are supposed to be like, yeah, this is actually this part of the game that is do blah 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 in that boss fight. That is true. One of the complaints is usually, your chat got things wrong. None of your chat is very helpful. I'm like, I'm sorry. Their interests do not align with the rest of YouTube apparently because my interests are very weird. I have curated a community that likes really weird things because of my own personal interests. They don't like common things because I don't normally play them. The video maker's imagination? What? No, there's like canonical lords of the game, isn't there? I mean, there's a DLC and everything, and you fight certain people, right? Are you telling me all those little scraps of paper are lies? They're lying to me on the internet and in the game? Chat does not reflect the streamer. I just can't get people that actually like things I like, so this is the way it is sometimes. Besides, half of my community is like borrowed, so it's a weird mesh, you know, a weird mesh of different interests. I'm looking, I don't know. Everyone else is just kind of like, yeah, just watch other stuff. I just have a terrible sense of humor. I'm the type of person that can't lie to your face if you ask me if it's like, you know, like interesting or funny or not. I don't want to do it. Okay, I'll watch the video if you guys won't roast me for not liking it. What if I don't like it? What if I find it boring? And instead I just get like 50 billion comments about people being like, I can't believe you watched this video and you don't like it. I can't believe you don't like the source material. You're obviously missing the entire point and the appeal of this. Right? You like Jump King. Shut up! You guys play it for me then, huh? You're so good at it. The recommendations for everybody is just like, okay, you should watch TF2. I don't know a single thing about TF2. I just know that it's vaguely a shooter and there's hats. That's all I know about it. I don't know if I can really pretend to like it since I don't like either shooting or hats. I don't get... I have no common interest in this. This is entirely because it is a popular video. Let's see if I can find it. I just don't understand. How do people stumble upon these things? So old they remember the Cambrian explosion? From... when is that? When is that supposed to be time-wise anyway? Huh? Let me see. Dude, there's so many videos. What the heck? $540 million years ago. I'm sure there's some VTubers older than that. Right? Okay, I can't find... I'm just gonna type it in. Is it just tell me? Honestly, do you guys find it funny? Is it funny for you guys? I think my sense of humor is just broken if I don't find it funny at that point, right? Are you just supposed to meet all the characters? Is it like... is that what's appealing? You react to all the characters? Is that it? I guess that kind of makes sense. Isn't it like one of those like you make your mom react to like Smash Bro characters sort of thing? So if you just like feel like, okay, this is my impression of this character, right? I don't know. Okay, I guess I'll try. Is this one? Is this the right video? Oh wow, that was loud. That was really loud. Slow down there. Team Fortress 2, meet them all. June 2012! June 2012! What? This came out 13 years ago! Are you kidding me? How old is this game? What? Okay. 2007? This came back. What? This came out. I can't do math actually. 12 minus 7 years ago. after all of them. Okay. So you just meet all the characters? Is that it? I'm just supposed to give my impression on all the characters? 18? Wow. Why would you make a compilation of all of them 18 years after the game already launched? Almost old enough to drink. Actually, though, 13 years ago. Okay, well, let's meet them all. Let's see what they're like.
Hey, look, buddy. I'm an engineer. That
This
means
was
I
before
solve
Overwatch, right?
not problems like what is beauty, because that would fall within the purview of your conundrums of philosophy.
Why is he getting shot
I
at?
solve practical problems.
Why are people dying?
For instance, how am I gonna stop some big mean Mother Hubbard from tearing me a structurally
Oh, there's a sniper over there.
The answer
Oh! Oh, he's a trap guy.
is a gun. And if that don't work, use more gun.
Don't they all have guns? Oh, ew.
Like this heavy caliber tripod mounted little old number designed by me. Built by me. And you best hope not pointed at you.
I see. So he's like one of the trap guys. I'm so sorry though. I don't freaking play shooters. The only thing I could think of to relate to it is the girl who has a bot in Valorant, and when you set it out, it like shoots people. Is it like that? Is that how he plays? I don't have any older references. I have to use games that came out afterwards. Like turrets. Okay. Overwatch basically copied TF2? Really? Well, did it do a bad or a good job? Overwatch isn't that great either. It sounds easy if you don't have to shoot yourself. He's Torbjorn? Oh. I too play Torbjorn when I don't want to play DBS.
Headshot.
Sniper? The actual skill character?
Sniping's a good job, mate.
What? He said mate.
Challenging work.
He's
Out of doors.
Australian?
I guarantee you'll not go hungry, because at the end of the day, long as there's 2 people left on the planet, someone is going to want someone dead.
This is a deeply unserious game.
Not a crazed gunman, Dad. I'm an assassin. Well, the difference being one has a job and the other's mental sickness. I'll be honest with you. My parents do not care for it.
But it's a job.
His mate saw me. Yes, he did.
This is a day in the life of an assassin.
Feelings? Look, mate, you know who has a lot of feelings? Blokes for bludgeon their wife to death with a golf trophy. Professionals have standards. Be polite. Be efficient. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
He's good at headshots. He is pretty funny. I like his sense of humor. This game takes place in Australia? I like there's like this one comic where it was like did you find my dad? And then he thought it went like dead or alive, and he's like, oh, yeah, I just found him like that. Of course he's dead. Oops. The meme? What meme? What memes are happening? I don't know any of this.
I am heavy weapons guy.
Is he Russian?
And this is my weapon. She weighs 150 kilograms and fires $200 custom tool cartridges at 10,000 rounds per minute. It costs $400,000 to fire this weapon for 12 seconds.
Wow.
Oh my God, who touched Sasha? All right. Who touched my gun?
Did they do that on purpose?
They can outsmart me. Maybe. Maybe. I've yet to meet one that can outsmart Bullet.
That's how I want to play games. Just shoot them.
Cry some more.
She sounds fun. Yeah, you have to be too broke to like shoot his gun though. I'm shooting 500 shots. I'm missing all of them. Bullets are flying everywhere. I'm laying cover fire. I'm laying friendly fire. Wait, what? What did he do?
I don't even know where to start with you. I mean, do you even know who you're talking to? Yo, what's up? Do you have any idea who I am? Basically, kind of a big deal. Oh man, that's beautiful. Are you listening?
How is his head not popping
Grass
off?
grows, birds fly, sun shines, and brother, I hurt people. Boink! I'm a force of nature. Boom! If you were from where I was from, you'd be fucking dead. Woo!
Did he pay that guy to get beat up? What does he actually do? There's no way he beat him up. There's no way. I call BS. He runs fast and bongs people. He's just fast. That's his only thing. He's the Flash. Oh. 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 I don't think that's what soldiers do.
If fighting is sure to result in victory, then you must fight. Sun Tzu said that, and I'd say he knows a little more about fighting than you do, pal, because he invented it. And then he perfected it so that no living man could best him in the Ring of Honor.
He invented fighting. I don't know if he invented this, though. Just shooting with a bazooka? Do you need to shoot a bazooka at a person? What is this Metal Gear strategy?
His fight money to buy 2 of every animal on Earth. And then he herded them onto a boat, and then he beat the crap out of every single one.
My philosophy.
And from that day forward, anytime a bunch of animals are together in one place, it's called a zoo.
Oh. I was gonna be like, how is he even seeing anybody with that helmet?
Unless it's a farm.
Unless it's a farm? Demo man?
What makes me a good demo man?
What's a
If
demo
I
man?
were a bad demo man, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with you now, would I? Let's do it!
Demolitions? Don't they all do demolitions?
Crossed wire, one wayward pinch of potassium chloride, one errant twitch, and kablooey!
Don't they all have explosives? Is he drinking chemical eggs?
They gotta make it out. I'm a black Scottish cyclops. They got more than they got the likes of me.
He got censored.
How you fine dandy, so proud.
He's
so
Scottish.
cocksure, prancing a boot with your head full of eyeballs.
Prance in a boot.
I'll be waiting on you with a whiffing old brimstone. I'm a grim-blooded fable with an unhappy bloody end.
I'm sorry, I have no idea what he just said.
Oh, they're going to have to glue you back together in hell!
Wow. You just play him to hear his funny accent. Say the funny words. Oh, these made it? Only they have explosives?
A red spy is in the base.
That's a pretty funny little alert system.
We need to protect the briefcase.
Yo, a little help here?
I got it. Stand back, son.
One. What is even the point of that code?
Gentlemen,
I see the briefcase is safe.
Safe and
Yeah, it
sound.
is.
Yeah.
Tell me, did anyone happen to kill a red spy on the way here? No? Then we still have a problem.
And a knife.
Ooh, big problem. I killed plenty of spies. The dime a dozen backstabbing scumbags. Like you. Ow. No offense.
If you managed to kill them, I assure you they were not like me. And nothing like the man loosed inside this building.
What are you, president of his fan club?
No. That would be your mother.
Whoa! Your
Indeed.
mom joke!
And
Whoa!
now he's here to us. So
Freaking-
listen up, boy. Or
You're committed
pornography
with
starring
that.
your mother will be the second worst thing that happens to you today.
Oh. Give me that.
This spy has already breached our defenses.
It just looks like him, but red. On the red
See
team.
what he's done to our colleagues.
Oh, ew.
And worst of all, he could be any one of us.
Can they hide who they are? Oh!
He could be in this very room. He could be you. He could be me. He could even be...
Ah!
Whoa! What? It was obvious. He's the red spy. Watch. He'll turn red any second now. Any second now. See? Red! No, wait. That's blood.
so we still got problem.
Big problem. All right. Who's ready to go find this spy?
Right behind you.
It was the scout. Dang, that was bloody.
ma petit chauffeur.
He's French. Awful. Man. Spy's the father of the other team's scout? What? Who's that lore? Hi, Maple. How is your... was she doing Pokemon again? I don't know. I feel like she only ever does Pokemon nowadays. What do you mean that spy body pillow? What about my reaction indicated that I liked him, huh? Yeah, how was the inside of the lab? Hello. I am not going to be staying up for much longer though, but I am going to watch a couple of videos before bed. I am currently trying to make sense of this TF2 lore. It's just like the Overwatch, like, little bits about, like, their lore and stuff. Like, is lore important in this game? Or is it just, it's just for the funnies, right? It's just for the funnies? Hmm?
Move, Cyclops, move! Come on, almost.
People just die so easily when they're killed. Oh. Oh, there's a healer.
It gets better. When the patient woke up, his skeleton was missing, and the doctor was never heard from again.
Oh, this is quite gory.
Anyway, that's how I lost my medical license. Archimedes! No! It's filthy in there. Ugh. Birds. No, most hearts couldn't withstand this voltage. But
what?
I'm fairly certain your heart.
What was noise?
The sound of progress, my friend. Perfect.
Mega baboon?
Where was I? There we go. Come on.
The bird addict coming. I guess the medic in this kind of game would make sense. To be a mad scientist. The bird came back.
That looks good. Very nice there.
Should I be awake for this?
Then no. But as long as you are, could you hold your rib cage open a bit? I can't seem... Ah! Oh, don't be such a baby. Ribs grow back? No, they don't.
Is this how you heal people canonically in game? What the heck?
What happens now?
Now? Let's go practice medicine.
Reassuring everyone that his methods definitely work and have no repercussions whatsoever. Well, I mean, you got healed, didn't you? You have no right to complain. Do you just zap everybody with healing juice? And give them baboon hearts? Is Scout just Junkrat?
Oh, yeah!
Are you sure this will work?
I have no idea!
Oh! He can also hurt with his beam. Is he Moira? Oh, no, he beams people, like, make them stronger. Okay. Like Mercy. Oh, he makes them invincible. What the heck? Scary guy. when you play it, you don't get to shoot yourself?
Yep. Yes.
Hey, thanks, Doc. Oh, man. You would not believe how much this hurts.
Archimedes?
Oh my god, the bird guy stuck in there.
Freedom!
Free to play. He's got a sidearm, but it's not very good. Okay. So he's more like Mercy. Well, it's true, I don't really like Mercy.
I fear no man, but that thing, it scares me.
No, I ain't talking about that freak, all right? He's not here, is he? How do I get this fucking thing off?
What is this monster?
One shudders to imagine what inhuman thoughts lie behind that mask. One dreams of chronic and sustained cruelty.
Uh-oh. Oh. Is he just delusional? Oh. Is he not aware of the violence he incurs? Oh. That's quite scary. You can make the in-game look like that? With all rainbows? As you burn through people's bodies? I see. But honestly, that is how, you know, setting things on fire feels, right? Pretty accurate. You set things on fire just to feel something. What? What do you mean that sandwich?
Yeah, there he is. You, stop right where you are. That is an order. He's getting away. Do not let him get to the rip.
Don't do it, pal.
Do not do it.
Hey, calm down here. You listening? Just. Oh God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! My blood! He punched out all my blood.
You call that breaking my spine? You red team ladies wouldn't know how to break a spider. My spine!
Uh-oh. Edible device, new meat. You just eat sandwiches in this game to heal? Is that the appeal? Very, very important character. Original character, do not steal. That's it! That's the last character! The last character is Mr. Sandwich over here? Wow. Okay. I can't believe this video is so popular. I mean, I think it's well done. But watching it like years after? 13 years after? Is this game still playable? Do people still play it? Do people still... I don't know. Actually enjoy it? Or do they just reminisce like they always do because they hate everything new and only like old things? They do play it? What? Really? A bread video, but it's like 13 minutes of lore? Of bread lore or like in-game character lore? Really? I feel like no one plays like Fortnite or and then, like the Marvel Rivals player base dropped immensely, right? At this point, there's 40,000 people playing right now. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing because I don't know numbers. You can host your own server? Really? People play Fortnite a lot? I've only ever seen bots, to be honest. But I guess they have to give you bots to, like, play against for the baby levels, perhaps. 18th highest player count game on Steam. So surely there's no new players. It's all old players that hate every new game that came out since and only like this kind of game, right? Hats? It's the hat economy? Is that it? I don't understand! This thing is just... The characters is just lore. So, like, you play some funny, silly characters, and they're silly and funny, and that's cool. But the game essentially just feels like any other shooter, doesn't it? Is it actually much better? Really? Some new players here or there, but Valve abandoned the game. Yeah, that's what I heard. That it's like not updated anymore or anything. I'm surprised people still play it then. You just go and have fun? See, I'm unable to comprehend going in and having fun in a shooter. I go in and like I face war if I'm playing something that involves other people. I have never had a good time playing Valorant ever in my life. It's like a horror game. You just get shot at and you have to deal with it. They moved on to Deadlock? Oh, I played a little bit of Deadlock, but it's too hard for me. Here, I'll play some other videos for you guys. People can have fun. That's what I'm saying. I'm unable to have fun. Incapable of it. TF2 is not competitive all the time? Really? It's just chill? Oh, it didn't work. Maybe I copied it wrong. Yeah, I probably copied it wrong. My bad. Expiration date is a pilot they did for Adult Swim. More of a story. So you want me to watch that too? Is it like... I am failing to grasp the relevance of the story to this game. I guess people do like the lore for other games sometimes, but like, does anyone play Valorant for the freaking lore? There are many strategies. You see the enemy, you shoot, and then you get killed by the spy. Okay. The bread video. Expiration date TF2. This is relevant as any MOBA lore, but I don't know. League has some fun lore. I guess. Is it this one? I assume so. 11 years ago. Expiration date. Do people just watch the lore because it's fun? Does it have any impact on your enjoyment of the game? Do you like really end up wanting to play a certain character because they're like funnier to you?
What? Oh.
Scout, it's Pauling. Tell me you got the briefcase.
Yeah, sure.
And nobody saw you.
Basically nobody.
Scout, I'm here right now.
Oh, well, that's a funny...
Hello, Miss Pauling. We killed everybody and took a briefcase.
Not everybody, soldier. You left 7 witnesses, guys. 6. Look, just keep the briefcase safe, okay?
Is that...
Weekend, guys.
Goodbye, Miss Pauling. I am leaving the van now.
Bye-bye. Okay, then. Hey, Miss Pauling, before you go,
Scout, let's say something.
You're probably real busy this weekend, right?
Funny you should mention that. Looks like I will be burying bodies all weekend. So that you
I want to play her!
Oh, good. So, we're both busy.
Oh, gotta go.
A lot of people busy with busyness.
Asking
Is he
out
just
that
fumbling?
dial tone again, I see.
Go to hell, Spy.
Can you not play her? Aww.
Hey, look at all this.
Do girls
What you
play
two
this
eggheads been
game?
working
I'm gonna
on?
guess no, because there's no cute girls.
Nice catch.
Yeah, listen, we've been running some experiments on the teleporter. Well, y'all ought to take a look at this.
Wow.
The bread?
Teleport bread. That is big news. Is the demo back with the beer yet? Because I... Oh!
Ew.
What the hell is that? Tumors.
You gave a bread cancer?
Y'all know what this means, right?
We cannot teleport bread anymore!
Whoa, not exactly, soldier. You teleport as much bread as you like. That goes for all of you. If there's something any of y'all wanted to do before you, well, died, now would be a good time.
Huh?
How long before these tumors kill us?
There, let's see. We all use a teleporter, let's say, 6
Oh,
times a day.
it's a
Times 4
teleporter they
years,
use on
minus
themselves.
enough bread. 3 days. Yes, we all have 3 days to live.
That's... is that how the math works? Oh, he just used a teleporter.
What?
Teleporting gives you more tumors?
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
It contains the dying wish of every man here. Scout, you did collect everyone's dying wish.
You bet.
Excellent. Gentlemen, synchronize your death watches.
Oh.
We have 70 hours to
This
live.
is
For most men,
strong
no
sense
time
of
at all.
camaraderie here.
We are not most men. We are mercenaries. We have the resources, the will, to make these hours count.
Are you sure they just
The
didn't
clock
teleport
is ticking, gentlemen.
bread that's like
Let's begin.
spoiled?
Our first dying wish is Scout's. He's drawn a picture of me getting hit by a car. I have something radiating off of me.
Yeah, those are stink lines. That's why the car hit him. Because he smells.
Yes, I see. Here you've drawn me having sexual congress with the Eiffel Tower. Eiffel Tower having sexual congress with me. Both of us relaxing post-coitus. I'm crying, and the Eiffel Tower has stink lines coming off of it. Did
Pussy
anyone besides
stinks.
Scout put a card into the bucket?
Classic Scout.
Fantastic. This was a huge waste of my time.
You did not read mine.
Does it say you want the bucket?
Yes.
Where does he want the bucket?
See you all in hell.
Why does he have so much bread? The bread.
Go away.
Hey, you got a second?
Oh, Scout. Please, go yourself.
Yeah, that's funny. Anyway, oh, wait. Ow. Come on, Spy. I'm wedging my head through a door here to tell you I'm sorry.
Oh, they're making amends before they die?
So, I did write down a last wish. I'd like to go on a date with Miss Pauling.
You're terrible with girls.
What? No, Spy, look at this. And this here. Spy, look at all of this.
Uh-huh.
No, I am great with girls. Both got buckets of chicken. You want to do it?
Okay.
But you, Spy,
Huh?
you are amazing with ladies. You know, classy ones, the kind that smell good and can read and always have their glasses on, just kind of crooked, you know? Ones that don't go for a guy like me.
And why is that, do you think?
Come on, Spy, I don't know.
Well, a mystery we will take to our graves.
Same,
Wait,
same. You'll have to figure it
look,
out yourself.
Spy, this never leaves this room. You are better than me, all right? I need your help.
You're better than me? Whoa.
I'll do it.
He's desperate.
On one condition.
Oh, oh, say that again, but everyone hears.
Say that again.
Oof. No dignity there. If you're gonna die in 3 days, I guess. How is this supposed to get him to in with the ladies? Oh.
Seduce me.
Whoa.
You.
Seduce me.
What? Spy, I ain't gonna
Seduce me!
Right. Okay. Okay. Hey there, good looking. I got a bucket of chicken.
I'm not one of your fried chicken tramps.
Why does he have multiple fried chicken
dangerous,
tramps?
Mysterious. You want to be my lover? Earn it. Seduce me.
Dinner? Wow. No fried chicken. Dancing. Oh. I guess they want classy men if they're a classy woman. What year is this? Wow. Is the plot twist that she really likes fried chicken?
Final question.
2 hours till death?
For 7. What time do you arrive?
You
7.
You have like
AM.
2 seconds
Run background checks
to
on the
invite
staff.
her and
Can
actually
the
go
cook
on
be
the
trusted?
date.
If not, I gotta kill him. Dispose of the body. Replace him with my own guy no later than 4:30.
You're ready. Really? No. Everything you just said was insane.
Everything
we
you
are
said
out
was
of
just
time.
insane.
Congratulations. You're a failure.
Oh. I failed, did I?
Yes.
Did I?
Yes.
Did I?
Scout, where is this going?
Where it's going is, I don't need you. I'll put this date on myself.
Yourself.
That's right, fancy pants, myself. So why don't you take your little failure, roll it up sideways, and... Okay, crap, I gotta go. Screw you, though.
He's growing up. Oh. That is a lot of cancer.
Y'all ready? Ready!
Cold War era? Ew, ew. Oh! It became feral! It became a zombie!
You're ready. All right.
Miss Pauline. What an unexpected surprise.
Took the briefcase. Don't worry. We can fix this. We'll get it back, and the administrator never has to know.
You look...
Ravishing?
Round, soft, no, round.
Ravishing.
There we go! See? Everyone says that!
That's the briefcase right there. Scout, you... Are you having a problem?
A prom.
No, well, the thing is...
Guys! Hey, fellas, listen! It's just bread that gets tumors. Not even tumors. It's some form of self-aware beauty mark that only metastasizes in an environment of pure wheat. Here, watch this.
Gluten is evil! See?
It hates me so much.
It's just the bread!
So we're fine, as long as nobody teleports any bread. Question. What's your question, soldier? I teleported bread. What? You told me to. How much? I have done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days.
Why?
Where have you been sending it?
Scout, I get 1 day off a year, and you just wasted it on this. Goodbye.
Wait. Why don't we discuss it over dinner?
Oh my gosh. That is a big bread. This is what happens in your stomach when you eat gluten. Or perhaps moldy bread.
Miss Pauling, run!
get him immune from getting eaten? She seems a little useless here.
I think it's going pretty well. Now go.
Hey, Miss Pauling. Oh, I am so sorry.
Cut, Scout, what for? Pressing the one button you're never supposed to press? Do you have any idea what's in a briefcase that... Oh, give me your watch.
Yeah, exactly. See, yeah, that is where this all starts. No, actually, wait.
So soldiers not supposed to have any brain cells?
So that brings me to the point of the story, which is that I like you, and you should probably be sitting for the...
Guys! Close the blast door!
Well, Miss Pauling, look, my last few hours, I just... Never mind.
What's the bird doing? It's safe to go inside? Is that what it's saying? You get eaten by the evil bread? And shoot it on the inside? Oh. I don't know if being inside of the bread will save you.
Oh.
Is this romantic?
Miss Pauling.
Is this
you all right?
considered romantic?
I can't feel anything below my neck.
Oh, God.
Oh, now I can feel it. Ow. Ow.
Oh,
Ow.
God, I am so sorry. This is not
That was so much fun.
You're not
Huh?
mad?
I was furious. Oh my God, you set off the briefcase alarm and you were having a prom for some reason. But then there was a monster and we shot it and I built a bomb and I think my leg's broken. Can we do this again?
Yeah, sure. Oh, wait, nah, we can't. I'm gonna be dead.
Wait, what?
Good news. We're not dying. We are going to live forever.
I didn't say that. I just said we're not filled with tumors. Oh, thank God. So yeah, Miss Pauline, I guess it's a date.
Actually, this is my only day off this year.
Oh.
Oh, but you could ride along with me on some jobs. Tomorrow, I'm belt sanding the fingerprints off a pile of corpses.
How is she busier than him?
Molars out of a box full of heads.
Noted that.
Okay, well, Friday I've got to kill somebody who pressed a briefcase
What the
alarm
heck?
button and...
He just...
You're already gonna be at that one.
He's such a quitter. If you wouldn't go with her to go sand off a bunch of fingerprints off corpses, you don't deserve her. What a classy lady. Isn't Scout's mom dating Spy, which is why they hate each other? I thought it was just because Scout's just jealous of him and Spy is doesn't like young whippersnappers or whatever. She's a manager? Dude, she does everything. A woman who does it all and has it all. This lore is complicated, what the heck? I don't really understand, but I guess it's fun to watch. I'm just like, I suppose it doesn't matter if it has anything to do with the story or not. A bit of A and a bit of B, huh? Okay. Does this improve your enjoyment of the game? I still don't know what the game is like. It's just random lore so far. Are you telling me you all played TF2 back in the day? Really? A turn off your brain kind of lore? Well, yeah, I mean, it's better than Overwatch as we've decided to go back and retcon a bunch of stuff, so none of it is canon. Or is it? Brain. Or just like, just trust me, bro, lore, I suppose. Sad this turned into a full show. I mean, I'm sure they spent enough money on these nice animated like videos. This was 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Just Overwatch with only 9 classes and weapon choices instead of abilities. Unfortunately, that is what makes it too hard for me. That sounds far too hard to play. What do you mean? You have to shoot? You actually have to do something in the game? I can't just be present and heal people? You have hundreds of hours on it? It's fun? Really? Baby shooter game? You see, there's no cute girls. There's no cute girls. You're telling me I can't play the one female character in this entire thing. I don't want to play any of them. They're not cute and they can't wear a cute outfit. Pyro could be a girl. I suppose that build is kind of scary, so you don't question. Pyro is ambiguous. Pyro is just Pyro. Oh, okay. Not a cute girl though. There's a modifier for a reason. Here, I'll watch a little bit of how to play this game, but I still don't know if I can connect with you guys. Trying to understand your interest in being like, this is what guys like. This is what men are into. You think I would play Pyro? I think I would just not play this game. How it feels to play Spy in TF2. Spy sounds scary to play. Wait, this is how the game looks? It's so shaky. Wait, what is the spy doing? I don't get it.
Magnificent. That was a recreation of a clip I hold dear to my heart. It's just one kill, but it's so clear that I fooled 2 people in broad daylight with my disguise.
Oh, he kills them from behind.
Disguises don't fool good players, but when they do, ooh. See, this video isn't about balance. This video is about how it feels to play Spy.
He's like the Overwatch character that's invisible and shoots people.
Experienced players.
But you actually can shank people
how Spy works, but that doesn't stop
when you're
me from
like
fooling him. I should also say that I'm not the best spy. Sometimes I just die? But that's not the point. Why do people play Spy? If you ask me, it's because you get to feel like a sneaky motherfucker. Nothing compares to the feeling of hiding in plain sight. Here, I'm pretending to be a sniper keeping an eye on the choke point. This engineer
from
looks
behind
right
is an insta-kill? Really?
To backpedal into my loving
and jumps your disguise?
Back to the base, partner.
In this
That's
next
like
clip, I pass up a free
kinda
backstab
OP,
on the enemy
isn't
sniper.
it?
The engineer and medic see that I could have killed Sniper if I was a spy, which completely clears me of suspicion. I then go on to backstab
Or he was
the medic
just
while
bad.
he's healing me, which honestly might be one of the best feelings in TF2.
What? You're killing the person that's healing you? That's so mean.
In a lot of trouble.
So what do? First, you say no.
No.
Then, you get out of there.
But really, it's hard to articulate the excitement and mind games of escaping invisibly. There's
You
a
can
visceral
escape
feeling of being
invisibly?
chased and vulnerable, which you can't really feel without playing the game.
This sounds
Actually,
hard.
It's pretty interesting to me that Spy goes from this menacing, ooh, when's he gonna show up, feeling to this, okay, this is fine. Everything's alright here. Okay, alright, let's go. Get out of here, buddy. Okay, no, it's time to go somewhere else. Alright, okay, alright.
Can you leave? Are you not able to leave?
This soldier has no idea where I went. Oh, yeah, spy chick over there. I'm sure you'll find me. What an idiot. Being invisible certainly doesn't make you invincible, and sometimes it requires perfect movement to get out of situations.
So if you bump into someone, they find you, essentially?
Spy is almost always just completely dead upon being found out, but there's something special about killing someone who's actively looking for you.
Oh! Run! Run!
No, you. Here's a quick tip. You see this spot? There's something special about this architecture. As a spy, if you can find a slightly elevated platform, hide next to it. Don't believe me? Watch these clips. Alright, in this clip, it's painfully obvious that I'm a spy, but it takes this medic a second to figure it out. I try to escape, but then this guy, I'm disguised as this guy. How did he manage to get ahead of me? No matter how many times I watch it, I just can't understand how he materializes in front of me. But I digress. This medic starts owning me, so I make my getaway. I find my little spot, and he proceeds to check almost every inch of space around me, except where I actually am. It's almost as if there's something in his brain preventing him from checking this one little spot, this 1 square foot of space. Still don't believe me? I get into a little trouble here, and boom, I'm gone. Never to be seen again. Here, I pick the demo, and then I take.
You just have to walk into him to find him?
I should be dead as dirt, but this
or
spot
shoot him?
just never.
Oh, he's invisible?
But wait, do you notice something about how the engineer walks right by me? Isn't it a
you
little
touch someone, you become
convenient
slightly
that he
visible?
walks right outside of my
Oh.
hiding spot? See, I have this theory that if you don't have enough hours on Spy, architecture like this appears extended to the point that you can't find someone who hides in it. Alright, look. What can you do against Spy? He can kill you with 1 backstab, he can go invisible to get away. Is there any counter to this insta-killing, undying madman?
Yeah, as long as I have my back against this here wall, you can't kill me, you snake.
He's right. There is literally no way for a spy to kill someone who has their back against a wall. Spy is just a walking gimmick.
So it's not actually that strong?
Completely nullified by simple. That's right, Spy can headshot people.
What?
Characters that rely on headshots often attract players who think they're better than everyone else.
Yeah,
And
all
when
you
pick
headshotters.
I am the spy.
You're basically announcing to the entire server that you think you're smarter than everyone else. So when you
It's
combine that
true.
with the ability to headshot, you create a mass of pretension so dense that it can cause a singularity.
That sounds like the spy character, though.
Anyone who's played any kind of support class, whether it's a healer or something specialized like the spy, knows how good it feels to punish an overconfident combat class that assumes you're defenseless. The ambassador is perfect for this and can cause some really embarrassing deaths.
No, God!
I really hope they revert the nerfs on this gun because it felt pretty balanced to me.
No, God, please, no! No!
So,
You can backstab
he
and
can
shoot
escape
people?
invisibly. He can headshot you. Is there any way to stop this monster? There is one way, but you might not be happy to hear it.
Hey! Spy! Oh, please, just...
That's right. In order to balance the spy's powerful abilities, Valve programmed a never-before-seen voice chat system into Team Fortress 2.
What? And how do you know?
Open voice chat and say, "Ah, Heavy, there is a spy behind you." The enemy spy will mysteriously die within the next 5 seconds, and no one knows why.
How could this happen to me?
Now I know, people don't communicate in pubs, but there's another trick you may have heard of.
May I make a suggestion? Run.
No! You!
Just turn around. Good players are always looking for something
not
to
gonna
do.
lie, I'd never
When they're
turn
not
around.
In combat, their priorities look something like don't get backstabbed, don't get headshot. When the fighting starts, though, it looks more like shoot gun, dodge bullets,
Yeah, shoot
say thanks after
gun.
every kill.
Thank you!
And this is Spy's time to strike. In this clip, the enemy team sent their medic, heavy, and demo to take control of Bathhouse. There's no way I'd be able to take him out on my own, but my soldier, who isn't even really a threat to the enemy combo, provides the slightest distraction, which is enough for me to make a play. Spy heavily relies on his team to make distractions, making
Well,
him more
yeah,
of
if
a
you're
team player than
distracted,
most
you're not
people
turning
realize.
around
In
because
this
you're shooting what's in
6v6
front of
match,
you.
I literally asked my team to do a fake push to make a lot of noise, which, again, proves to be just enough of a distraction for me to make something happen. But sometimes, Spy can't kill people no matter how distracted they are. He can't keep up with mobile classes.
Wicked!
I am such a bad class.
And he has no way to close the gap.
Oh, he's just slower?
Please, medic, please. Damn you!
And because of how specific his role is, sometimes the entire fight just happens without him.
So, your deadly skill is jogging? Mine is murdering people. What? But I am the spy.
Oh. Everyone else is too good at
Spy
shooting.
isn't about consistency. Spy is about those special moments. Those moments where you're breathing down the opponent's necks, and before you even uncloak, you're imagining yourself backstabbing everyone in sight.
Today, I am a god. Yes! Yes!
Yeah! Funnily enough, I actually learned about that hiding spot from the legendary Stabby Stabby. I then used this knowledge against him by catching him in the same spot. Suck on that, Stabby! Turns out that having a legendary YouTube channel with helpful advice, exciting gameplay, and good editing was a suboptimal play. There's nothing sneaky about being a great guy and sharing your knowledge with everyone! Spy is so nostalgic for me. Watching great spies like Stabby inspired me and many others to spend entire days just pubbing as Spy. When I think about all the times I backstabbed someone that barely knew how to play, or all the times I truly fooled the pants off of someone, I can't help but smile. Spy is just so unique. The fact that in a first-person shooter, I can pretend to be an enemy, and then this guy thinks he's found me out, but I found out that he's found me out, and he hasn't found out that I found him out, and I found out by googling how to trick stab that I can just sidestep and kill him, is pretty special. And having true invisibility lets you get into all sorts of ridiculous how am I gonna get out of this one moments. Duh. And don't get me started on how important Spy is to the humor of the game.
It's raining men. Hallelujah.
Does he actually say that?
I guess what I'm trying to say is that without the Spy, TF2 just wouldn't be the same.
He does seem very specific. The TF2.
Hey guys, thanks for watching. And please
I'm
subscribe
like,
if you haven't already.
he doesn't
Just
quite
wanted to update you guys and say that I'm
operate
no
the
longer
same
threatened by
as
the California fires. Which
I
is
don't even
great.
remember her name
Thanks so
anymore.
much for all
The
well
Overwatch
wishes, and thanks to
one.
all of you in my Discord server for this
He
amazing
doesn't
family.
like.
I hope
He
you
doesn't
guys
exist
enjoyed
to
the
cause
holidays and have a happy New Year.
distractions. He's just there to be a menace, I guess. Let's see. This one is Scout. I don't understand what Scout does still. Oh yeah, Sombra. I don't play Overwatch either.
That's the way you do it! Move it, lads! Real nice effort, Chucklehead.
I don't think I saw that one coming.
Demo man!
Yo, heads up!
I cannot see!
Soldier, go!
Damn it!
Oh, what's up?
I cannot move! My head!
Attaboy!
How does he make this?
Bang!
Huh? You just get the models and move them around?
6 clip that shows just how insanely
chat
powerful
users in game
Scout
have
can be when he's in the right
soundboards?
place at the right time.
For
With
what?
the right place being behind you and the right time being whenever you're doing something else. Wait, isn't that kind of Spy's thing? Come to think of it, every class in the game would perform better if their opponents were always turned away doing other things.
Stop you, Scout. My job sucks.
Okay, but Scout and Spy care the most about being behind their opponents, right?
Oh,
Especially
you
because
use
they
the
both have
3D
the tools to
animation
get there.
program?
Spy with his on-demand invisibility cloak and
That they
ability to
actually
disguise
give
as
you?
the enemy team.
That's very
and
nice
Scout
of them.
with his being really fast.
What the?
I'm a freaking blur!
Is it just a flash?
Gotta go fast!
But let me be clear, you shouldn't play the mid-fight this way. Seriously, don't do this. Yes, the clip is a little contrary to what I'm saying. Yes, I did kill 3 of them and single-handedly win the mid-fight, but please, try to ignore that. See, what I didn't show you is what it took to get there. At this point here, I'm forcing my team to fight 5v6 for at least 10 seconds, which might be how long the fight lasts. This clip is from the round right after the last clip, and you can see I'm a little nervous that they'll be ready for my cheesy flank this time. It is basically an insult to their intelligence for me to try this again, and
Don't come wide with me, you pint-sized mutt!
But you don't have to bait your team to get behind the enemy. Scout's speed lets him take all sorts of aggressive routes, and when you get your chance, you wait as long as you can for the perfect stop. This is it. This is the moment. If you play any Scout at all, this image is causing your brain to release dopamine. You got him. That demo's as good as dead. You carried this team fight. What's that? You want to shoot, don't you? There's no need. We all know you hit the shot. Just look at the crosshair. Its luscious curves are overflowing with his hitbox. It's screaming out that
Is
every
this why
pellet
people
will
play
connect.
shooters?
We can move on to the next scene. No?
No!
Fine. Then show us. Show us how it feels to play Scout.
Just get up close to people and shoot? Wouldn't it feel better to get a headshot as a sniper from far away?
We now return to your scheduled program. Scout can go for all sorts of super aggressive flanks using the alternate routes throughout the map. Like I always say, you're not out of position if you can kill the medic in 2 clean shots.
I guess so. Always gotta kill the healer.
But really, there's nothing better than 2-shotting the enemy medic and announcing to your team, "Yes, I got their med down. But I'm supposed to say that that's my line. I killed the medic. That was gonna be like my one social interaction for the day.
Oh, I see.
I'm kind
Do you
of
actually
painting
use
the
a
wrong
lot of
picture here,
voice
though.
chat?
You don't need to be behind people to be effective.
I never
as Scout.
use voice
In fact,
chat
he is
unless it's
without a
like
doubt
your
one of
own
the most
friends
powerful
in
head-to-head
Discord.
combat classes in the game. In this clip, my team got pushed back to second, so I start capping middle to make space. This is the opposite of being sneaky. I am basically announcing,
Attention blue team, I am on the middle point and prepared to engage in fisticuffs galore at your discretion.
ah, jeez. You would think that there's no way I get out of this one, but...
Ah, you screwed up now.
If you can't hit Scout, but he hits you, eventually, well, you look pretty dumb. And if Scout can kill you before he even touches the ground, well, those are tough beans. Looks like another
He just
close
feels
call
like
for our hero
Junkrat to
with
me.
only- Oh, heck,
Like
another
he's so
guy.
mobile,
How many
right?
shots?
It's hard to hit.
2 health.
Oh my god, it's a home run, ladies
Or
and
maybe
gentlemen.
like Lucio, because he jumps
Something
around
that
everywhere.
I love about being the ultimate life form. No matter
you
how
have to
low
shoot
my
really
health is, I
close?
still destroy my enemies.
Farewell.
I found you, faker.
Chaos control.
Wow, he's fast.
I'll show you my true power.
What is this Sonic nonsense?
The difference between a soldier with 3 health and the ultimate life form with 3 health is enormous. Scout can take that 3 health to the finish line.
Oh, just
slower
watching
classes
these
are
game
easy
clips looks like a
pickings.
headache.
I was the only one who survived this
There's
team
so
fight,
much
but I'm used to
movement and
being alone.
emotion.
It suits me.
How do you play
Whether
games
it's
like
3 health
this?
or 200, I'm an unstoppable force.
Huh. You're not even good enough to be my fake.
Alright, yeah, I respect that.
But the craziest thing is that
Do you
Scout can
still
often
get
avoid these marginal
animation locked
situations
in
thanks
this
to one of the
game?
most powerful abilities in any multiplayer game. The ability
Yeah, it
to
seems
pick
very
your fights.
jumpy.
Oh, Scout, what?
Come on, man.
What did I say?
It shouldn't come as a surprise that Scout's most powerful
Scout
trait
is
his
way
speed,
too
but it is
fast.
surprising just how many ways a 33% increase in speed changes the way Scout interacts with the game.
What, Mama? What wasn't born faster?
I can run around and be like, whoa, nope, that's not a good situation, then wait a second and say, just kidding, this is a great situation. Of course, I'm a little out of position in the enemy spawn, so I'm gonna have to rely on my speed to get me out of here. Are you seeing this? One wrong move and I was toast. These were over here, and they were going this way like, ow, and I was going this way, so we were crossing paths. So I would have died if I went straight, and I would have died if I went a little more to the left, and I would have died if I turned a little later, and I would have died. The point is, I survived.
So you
Then this
die
guy's
on
like,
impact with those things?
Okay, look, that joke's over. You're done here. But my thirst for blood has only begun. I'm back in there lickety-split, running circles around them. I'm practically unstoppable at this point.
Pick the bricks, pal. You're done.
All right, look, no one's perfect. Another benefit of picking your fights is that you can completely ignore classes you can't deal with. Here, I'm trying to be sneaky, but get spotted by their sniper right away. I know I shouldn't do it. I know I've been called out. I know I'll get caught, but... I don't care what they throw at me, even if it's...
Nice hustle, tons of fun. Next time, eat a salad.
You bleeding idiot! Medic, don't die on me!
Bad.
No, it is the Scout that is wrong. You can Fortnite dance over kills?
Sometimes your only responsibility is to go fast. You may be a lean, mean killing machine, but you win the game of TF2 by capturing the objective. And boy, are you equipped to capture that objective. With your speedy little legs and double capture rate, you can single-handedly win some games on your own.
Come on. My team. Fuck.
And it's not uncommon that you're the only one that can save the game by reaching the objective.
Oh, I see. There's no overtime.
Keep it moving, guys.
You just captured automatically?
Barely made it.
Yeah,
I
he's using
will
a lot
not
of
tolerate a
Sonic
single
memes,
comment
but
saying
I
that
also
was
don't know
not the
anything about
difference maker.
Sonic.
In fact, I'm so petty that I did the math, which you can see here. Hey, if you want, you can download the video and check it
You
yourself.
did a math? That's so gross.
could.
That's disgusting.
Let's get the show on the road. One more thing that your speed does for you is allow you to act as a punish class. Being a dangerous mobile threat gives you a large territory in which you can punish vulnerable classes that overextend, such as the medic or demo.
Hey, you suck!
What the hell did you just freaking say about me, you little bitch? All I have to know is me. Top of my class in the Navy SEALs, and I've been involved in numerous secret raids in Al-Qaeda, and have over 300 confirmed enemy kills. Freaking dead, kiddo!
It's very tempting to just rush in
the
guns
kiddo,
blazing
though.
whenever you see a lonely demo man, and it's usually a pretty easy kill. Unless they're a god, holy shit! Soldiers have a similar ability to cover a radius, but they have to fully commit with a rocket jump. While rocket jumping can be very flexible, sometimes it's just not.
This point is mine.
This medic is dead! Soldier!
Damn it, Scout is a holy.
And if you listen closely, the entire world is your territory.
Medic 670. Medic 670. Medic 670.
Anything up here? I'll be around the corner.
They just exist to bully the backline?
Yeah, gotcha. Incoming. No, gun can fire an inch burst. Yeah.
I love this guy. He's taken me from my first ever 5-kill streak in a pub to trying my heart out in
He
competitive
seems like
leagues.
someone you have to play if you're
Actually, that was the
good.
reason that I picked up TF2
You
in
have
the
to know
first
a lot
place.
of the game,
Something
right?
about running around with
The
a shotgun
pace,
and being a deadly annoyance
and, like,
seemed really novel at the
enemy
time.
movements,
Even though his gameplay can be boiled down to just
flank
running and
him,
shooting, it honestly feels like the skill cap with this
knowing
guy
to
never
call
ends.
for
Scout
objectives
is
and
just
stuff.
fast enough to be in control of how much damage he takes, and his shotgun-based gameplay constantly rewards pinpoint accuracy. I actually could not
pinpoint
write a long enough
accuracy.
conclusion to fill out the rest of this clip. It honestly, it just keeps going until I die. I was shaking off some rust in a 1v1 MGE server when who walks in but looking cute in my jammies. Long story short, this guy 20-0'd me. It was a nightmare. But you know what? He wasn't rude and he didn't leave in disgust. He politely stuck around and I improved by playing against him.
Yeah, all right. Oh, yeah.
It was a great reminder of how high Scout's skill cap really is. So thanks, looking cute in my jammies. Thanks for showing me and everyone else how it feels to... Look, man, couldn't you have just let me win one?
Just let me win one.
Wait. First of all, like and subscribe if you enjoyed, please and thank you.
I see.
And boom!
Yeah, it seems
Patreon.
really hard
If you
to
didn't
play,
already
doesn't
know,
it?
Patreon is a way for you to support me every time I upload new content.
can't
I have to be totally
play
honest with you guys.
shooters
I need your
for the
support on
life of
Patreon to
me.
continue putting this much effort into my videos. There's a ton of rewards available depending on how much you pledge. I hope that rewards like patron-only streams and Discord
But it
chats
seems
will
like
help me get to know
Medics
some of you
looks
better.
hard to play too.
Just a quick note, I've
You
set the
die so
payments to be per
quickly.
video rather than per
So your
month
positioning matters a lot, right?
Oh god. No! I'm planning to upload one high-effort video and one
they
medium-effort
don't have any
variety video a
abilities
month.
to
So
save
feel free to
themselves?
set your pledge to only activate once a month. If
A lot
that's
of
what
the other
suits you.
healers in
And
Overwatch,
that's it.
they, like,
Here's some fan
have
art for my Discord server that I
ways
really
to run
appreciate.
away at
Please
least.
join my Discord, follow my Twitter, and have a great day. Thanks, bye.
The easiest class is Pyro? Why? Because you don't have to aim? You just kind of like hold the fire over everybody? Positioning usually matters a lot to supports. Well, yeah, but like positioning matters to all supports. But do the supports have any ways of like running away quickly for themselves? No abilities, just weapons? Oh, so you just have to run? I mean, there's no way you can even hide in this kind of game because you can't like fly or anything. You know, at least Mercy can like fly to somebody, or Lucio can just like wall rides really fast away. This game does not seem like it's for me, but it seems like you guys are entertained at least. I'm just like, man, this looks hard. The entire time, like, huh? This looks like pretty in depth. They have to make flashy games nowadays, like Marvel Rivals, where everybody can fly. Just because more Casuals want to play games. Random crits will save you? What? I can't... I don't know. Can you crit on a body shot? You gotta actually shoot in this game. What a difficult game. I don't even like Overwatch though. I only play Overwatch when my terminally Overwatch addicted friend pulls me into it. Which hasn't happened since I made her a lot of new Overwatch friends. I dropped the responsibility onto other people. Essentially. Wahahahahaha. Any shot can be crit randomly? Is that what you do? You do crit builds? I'm trying to understand this game. All I can understand that it's funny because it's campy. And people like campy things. It has its glory days. Isn't it just like one of the only shooters around that was like silly and people play co-op for? Shooting it and shooting it wild. I know. I mean, it's really not for me, is all I'm saying. Playing again? But like stadium mode? I just don't like those kind of games in general. It's like watching the videos already like, man, this video moves a lot. It moves a lot. I'm tired of like trying to concentrate on it. There's a ton of shooters back then? Really? What shooters were there? Did you try Mecha Break? No, I don't like mechas either. I just don't like I don't like PvP games. What do you mean time to be a good friend and go back to Overwatch? She has plenty of friends that play Overwatch now. Plenty of them. She plays Overwatch every day. You can go play with her too if you go join her streams. This is my friend Rhea. It just feels like a sweaty game for sweats no matter what kind of game you play nowadays. And if you're not a sweat, it's just not friendly to play the game. Call of Duty? Oh. I don't know. I always thought Call of Duty was for like normies or something. Not for weebs. A mod for Quake? You're just saying lots of words that I don't understand. Pokemon Unite grinder? I don't even play Pokemon Unite though. I only play Pokemon Unite when I need something to play with you guys. I think you're fundamentally misunderstanding the types of games that I like to play on my own. I only play games with like co-op with people because I am forced to. Call of Duty had like 10 competitors. Oh, there's a lot of shooters. Halo. See, I don't know any of that stuff because they all fall under the games I would not play. And vaguely do not like I vaguely recall them existing, but they were not games on my radar, so I don't know them kind of deal. Yeah, I only play weeb games. I don't play games for normies. Exactly, I'm a Minesweeper main here. Okay, I'm gonna raid you guys off since it's late. It's almost 2. You guys go have fun with your nostalgia games or whatever. I'll see what I'll play tomorrow. The survival games? No, I hate Minecraft. I will try. My entire career as a VTuber is just trying to understand your interests and learn what games you guys like and begrudgingly trying some. But I'm not going to pretend to be extremely enthusiastic about games I suck at. I'm very bad at most games. And again, being bad at games means you probably don't enjoy them. But there's some special masochists out there that enjoy being bad at games. Or enjoy games. Or get mad that they're bad at games but aren't able to improve.
Majokko Meimi.
Arc? No, listen, I'm not gonna play any 3D games, guys. Do you remember the part where I get massively motion sick? The reason why I don't play Overwatch anymore is because they added Juno. And Juno makes the team go fast. Like, it's more so than everyone else, right? Lucia already is fairly fast. And who else is fast again? The Kitsune Rush makes everyone fast. But Juno makes people fast all the time. And it makes me super motion sick, so I don't play it anymore. What's so Meimi? But it's okay. Maybe I'll just watch videos. I'll just watch more videos of games instead of playing it from now on, if that is what people are into instead. You can tell me about your game interests, and I will do my best to understand. I likely won't understand, but I'm doing my best. Also, no, I don't play JRPGs. It takes too much grinding. It takes way too long to finish. I only want to know the story if I like the characters. That's it. Bye bye.